much. Good morning. We are ready to call this Board of Equalization meeting to order. It is January 25th, 10:01 a.m. Ms. Taylor, please call the roll.
Chair Cohen?
Present.
Vice Chair Schaefer?
Present.
Member Gaines?
Present.
Member Vasquez?
Present.
Deputy Controller Stowers?
Present.
All right, a quorum is present and the board order. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and thank you for joining us. Please, if you're able to rise, put your right hand over your heart and repeat after me with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. So just a reminder to everyone that all the members and the invited speakers are simultaneously on a shared open teleconference call line, and patience is needed to keep the audio clean and clear. Please ask for your turn to speak after each presentation has concluded so that the transcriptionist can clearly hear and properly record the meeting. Thank you. And members, do you have any comments before we take up our first order of business? All right, seeing no hands. Ms. Taylor, please announce our first order of business.
Our first order of business is an announcement regarding the public teleconference participation. Good morning and thank you for joining today's Board of Equalization meeting via teleconference. Throughout the duration of today's meeting, you will primarily be in a listen-only mode. As you may know from our public agenda notice and our website, you have requested that individuals who wish to make a public comment fill out the public comment submission form found on our additional information webpage in advance of today's meeting. Or alternatively, participate in today's meeting by providing your public comment live. After the presentation of an item has concluded, we will begin by identifying any public comment requests that have been received by our board proceeding staff, with the AT&T operator providing directions for you to identify yourself. After all known public commenters have been called, the operator will also provide public comment instructions to the individuals participating via teleconference. Accordingly, if you intend to make a public comment today, we recommend dialing into the meeting on the teleconference line, as the audio broadcast on our website experiences a 1 to 3 minute delay. When giving a public comment, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. We ask that everyone who is not intending to make a public comment, please mute their line or minimize background noise. If there are technical difficulties when we are in the public comment portion of our meeting, we will do our best to read submitted comments into the record at appropriate times. Thank you for your patience and understanding. Our first order of business will be item G1, rulemaking, section 100 changes, regulation, property tax rule 302. Staff request for approval to proceed with section 100 changes to rule 302, the board's function and jurisdiction, to update the subdivision B reference to the subdivision A5 to return the reference to its original meaning and purpose. This item will be presented by Mr. Lujan.
Good morning, Chair Cohen and honorable members of the board. My name is David Lujan from the legal department. Today, for the board's consideration, we are recommending that the board adopt this proposed section 100 or non-substantive change to property tax rule 302. In 2020, rule 302 was amended to add a new subdivision A1, which caused 6 numerical subdivisions, A1 through A6, to be renumbered as subdivisions A2 through A7. At that time, a cross-reference within subdivision B should have been updated to account for the shift in subdivision numbers. Today's proposed amendment would fix this clerical oversight by updating the cross-reference in subdivision B to the correct subdivision, thereby returning the reference to its correct meaning and purpose. As this is not a substantive change or change to the rule, if the board adopts this proposed amendment, staff will file the rulemaking package directly with OAL to complete the change through what is referred to as a Section 100 change. Accordingly, we request that the board adopt the proposed amendment to Property Tax Rule 302. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Members, do you have any questions? All right, seeing none, Ms. Taylor, could you, do we have any public comment?
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there is anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter at this time.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to make public comment, please press 1, then 0 at this time. Once again, if you'd like to make public comment, please press 1, then 0. And allowing a few moments, we do not have anyone queued up.
All right, thank you. So I'll make a recommendation that we vote to adopt the proposed recommendation to Tax Rule 302 under CCR Title 1, Section 100.
Second.
Thank you very much. Ms. Taylor, please call the roll.
The motion on the floor is to adopt the Section 100 changes to Regulations 302 as presented by staff. Chair Cohen.
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer.
Aye.
Member Gaines.
Aye.
Member Vasquez.
Aye.
Deputy Controller Stowers.
Aye.
Ms. Taylor?
The motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Great, thank you very much. Please call the next item.
The next item is J1, Administrative Consent Agenda, Approval of the Board Meeting Minutes. The minutes of the December 14, 2021 meeting were attached to the public agenda notice for your consideration.
Ms. Taylor, are there any, thank you, Ms. Taylor. Members, do you have any corrections or additions or edits to the minutes? All right, seeing none, members, would anyone like to make a motion to accept this item?
So moved.
All right, motion made by Gaines, by Vasquez. I'll second that motion. Let's call the roll. Let's call the roll. Oh, excuse me, let's take public comment and then let's take public comment.
Certainly. AT&T moderator, please let us know if there is anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter at this time.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to make a public comment, please press 1, then 0 at this time. Once again, if you'd like to make a comment, please press 1, 0. And we have no one in queue for public comment.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. No public comment. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Thank you. The motion on the floor is to approve the minutes of the December 14th, 2021 meeting as distributed. Chair Cohen.
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer.
Aye.
Member Gaines.
Aye, sorry.
Thank you. Member Vasquez.
Aye.
And Deputy Controller Stowers.
Aye.
The motion passes.
All right, thank you. Motion passes. Thank you, members. Ms. Taylor, please call the next item.
The next item is K1A, Executive Director's Report, Organizational Update, Report on the Status of Pending and Upcoming Organizational Priorities. This matter will be presented by Ms. Fleming.
Great, thank you, Ms. Fleming. The floor is yours. We need you to unmute.
And remind me to order the t-shirts for all of us to unmute. Good morning, Chair Cohen and honorable members. I'm Brenda Fleming, Executive Director. First, members, let me begin by saying Happy New Year, and hope all your families are good and that they're healthy. Again, congratulations to Ms. Cohen and Mr. Schaefer on the election to chair and vice chair for the board for 2022. Under the board's leadership, staff looks forward to continuing with this agency's mission and fulfilling our constitutional and statutory duties in property tax administration. So I look forward to working with you. For today's report, members, I'd like to provide an update on the status of our public meetings. Members, as you recall, our tentative plan was to resume in-person board meetings at 450 N Street in February. However, on January 5th, the governor signed Executive Order N as in Nancy 122 to protect Californians amid increasing COVID-19 case rates and hospitalizations rising, driven by the fast spreading Omicron variant. The order extends the sunset of AB 361, which extended the ability of public agencies to meet remotely during the COVID-19 pandemic. This extension, members, will allow our board to continue to meet remotely via teleconference through March of 2022. BOE staff is prepared to resume in-person meetings whenever that becomes safely possible. I will continue to keep the board informed of any new developments. Members, if there are no questions, that concludes this portion of my presentation. Next, members, today we have, and if I can
Well,
just
we do have a question. I'm sorry, Mr. Vasquez has a question.
Yeah, just real quick, Ms. Fleming, I noticed that you're mentioning now that looks like possibly March would be the in-person. I was wondering how much lead time you may need if we possibly could start meeting in person again, when we do.
Thank you for that question, Member Vasquez. So what we will do is I'll double check the status in February to see where we are right now. We know for sure that the legislation or the executive order allows us to continue the meetings through March. We're continuing to monitor if the governor or the legislature intends to make any adjustments to that. But what I'd like to do is towards the end of March, at least, or I'm sorry, towards the end of February, would like to give you an update of what we know at the time. So at the February meeting, sir, I'll begin to update you on what's possible going forward. Just a note for the record, the last time we didn't get a whole lot of advance notice as the extension of that executive order. So we'll try to at least give you, if I can, 30 days notice, but as soon as I know for sure and we can get it confirmed, then I will update the board accordingly. So I do respect that you guys have travel plans, et cetera, and hotel reservations. So I do understand the need to have an advance notice.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm really looking forward for the day when we can do that again, but let's see.
Exactly. If I may, Deputy Controller Stowers.
Please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Corn, Member Corn, Chair Cohen, and Mr. Fleming. I'm also looking forward to the opportunity to meet in person. But can you kind of talk about how meeting in person and how you would need to coordinate with our partners at CDTFA and the impact on their staff and their telework plans?
Certainly, at a high level, members. So as you know, we do partner with the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration to support the board meeting services, including whether they're telework or whether they're whether they're remote or in person. So from that perspective, if we go back to 450 N Street, the CDTFA team provides technical services along with the security services. If you recall, when you come into the 450 N Street location, there's security on premise as we're checking in. So those representatives will continue to be there. Secondly, the technology team sits behind the scenes to make sure all of the technology systems are prepared. Third, the media services team, which supports our live stream, and that part of the audio visuals involved. So there are a number of people there. So and then some support, of course, by the Department of General Services, just in terms of the sanitation of the building. And then lastly, the California Highway Patrol provides part of our additional layer of security that we have, if you recall, CHP in the boardroom. To that extent, we are working across agencies. And so on behalf of the state of California, we're all complying with the state and local, along with CalHR, et cetera, all of the control agencies' directives as it relates to the health and safety of our employees, our workforce during COVID. So there's some, as you know, we have processes where we're verifying and validating the vaccination status for those that are vaccinated. They're allowed to come into the office without any challenges. But for those individuals who may not have provided verification of their vaccination, they have a different protocol to come on site. So there's a detail beneath that. That's kind of a broad brush of what the protocols would be. But if the team that the staff that would be on, regardless of the agency, if they're state employees, if they're going to come on site at 450 N Street, we would either have to have a verification of their vaccination status, or they would have to test prior to being approved to come on premise at any state facility. So that's, again, a broad brush. Members, happy to take any of these more detailed discussions if you have more in-depth questions offline, because we're now stepping into personnel matters. But that is right now current policy under COVID-19 protocols.
Thank you, Ms. Finley. I think I have two questions. When it comes to security, in the past, the security officers would warn the individuals as they walk through. Has there been any discussion about having a more, I don't know what the metal device where you can walk through it without having to warn anyone? Kind of like how you have when you go to the airport. And then my second question is, so I'm going to get the questions out, then you can respond. My second question is, when we do go back to in-person meetings, hopefully in March or April, how would that impact BOE staff? In the old days, in the past, BOE staff would come down from upstairs from their offices or from the Bank of America building and be there in time for the presentation for their part. How, now that everyone's at Natomas, are you looking at everyone coming over to Natomas at the start of the meeting? Do you have, or are you looking to have an office or a space for them to sit during the meeting up to their point that they present their presentation?
Thank you for those questions. So to answer the first question regarding the screening portions of it. So at this time, the protocol would be consistent with our prior practice, which is CHP, along with the local security contracts, would do the traditional screening that we've had to date. We don't, as of today, certainly something that we can look into based upon the COVID protocols, have the equipment or technology consistent with like a TSA screening, as you mentioned at the airport, where you're walking through a machine. So we don't currently have that protocol in place. Certainly, I'll look into that detail to see what's available, but it would be a screening process consistent with what we've done before. To that degree, from a social distancing perspective, and we would do is ensure people are masked and take all the necessary protocols. But there may be some instances where the social distancing practices would just have to be handled, in that way. Now the issue becomes, in terms of the public access, again, so we'll go through that, that detail. It would be some issues, and again, we'll come back and provide more formal information if the board wishes as to what the protocols would be for the public. But we still have to, at the end of the day, we have to adhere to the state of California and the local county guidelines for prevention of spread of COVID-19 and the variants. So we're prepared to do all that we can do with the current technology and practices. We are not anticipating at this point adding any additional layers that are, basically procurements. But I'll take a look and see if there's any other equipment anywhere else. But at this point, it would be our traditional practices. The second question, Deputy Controller Stowers, as it relates to BOE staff. Historically, members, as you know, when we were headquartered at 450 N Street, staff had more downtown localized offices. So at 450 N Street, for decades, we had offices on various floors within 450 N Street. And then under your leadership, when you started in 2019, our 450 N Street offices were on the 24th floor. So staff were able to, who were coming, especially the property tax staff, who came from our Natomas location, would come to the 450 location, and we had offices there, designated offices there, because that was our workspace. Not having that configuration any longer, since our now headquarters is at the Natomas location, what we would do is work with CDTFA to secure some other offices on their first floor at 450 N Street to use as temporary workspaces. So would stretch us out a little bit differently, so the configuration would look differently than it has historically, because we would just basically be what we refer to as hoteling at the temporary offices on the first floor. So we are going to, and staff have got prepared to make sure that everyone has laptops, et cetera, et cetera. And then they would then step into the boardroom during their presentations. And when they're not presenting, they would step out and go back into the hoteling spaces. That would help us to ensure social distancing and then give staff an opportunity to do some, whatever work they're able to do when they're in a hotel location. So it would be temporary facilities for the days of the board meetings. So it's a little bit different. That means we are kind of packing up all of our equipment and transferring it over. So there's some additional task, if you will, that we'd have to take into consideration. But again, staff are prepared to resume our meetings. Our responsibility is monthly meetings, as you know, and so we're prepared to ensure the success of those meetings.
Thank you, Ms. Fleming.
Thank you, Deputy Controller Stowers.
Looks like Mr. Gaines has his hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Cohen. I also was curious and obviously want to try to meet in public as soon as we can. But in terms of Opus, was there an intention at some point to have our meetings at Opus in the future? Or was the intention always to keep it at 450N?
So, I'll answer it as a slightly different than that. So there was discussion when we were, as a part of our relocating to the Natomas facility, to consider if we could handle board meetings here. The facility is not conducive to it. The layers of security, et cetera, and the technology had some cost, challenges. And so the agreement was we would continue at 450 N Street for as long as that boardroom was intact.
Yes.
At the secondary level, to answer your question, as a secondary level, over time, we are also looking into and beginning to examine alternative sites once or if the 450 N Street boardroom is no longer intact. Yes. The issue is, for everyone's edification, the issue is that the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration has plans to relocate to a different facility in a little bit closer to us, actually, in Richards Boulevard. So that plan for a state office relocation moves them out of that building. What is unknown to us at this time is the exact plan for the 450 N Street facility once CDTFA has moved out. To the extent that it continues to be a state building, and the boardroom was available to us, we certainly could take advantage of it. But to the extent that that building is repurposed for whatever reason, we would be looking at some other facilities. Members, for your edification, there are a number of other facilities that host regular public meetings, both at a state level and then also at a local government level. So there are facilities that we have on our list, identified as a list as some possible alternatives. So we're doing our preliminary work on it to determine what that is. We haven't done the detailed work because there's time, a little bit too early to make any commitments and any handshakes other than to do the preliminary research to ensure the options are available.
Yeah, thank you very much. And there's always cost consideration too. So to the degree that we can do it efficiently, I'm always in favor of that. And status quo, I think, is probably the most cost-effective pathway, at least in the short term.
Yeah, and just if I may offer this, so the advancement of if there's a silver lining in COVID, the silver lining with the remote and the telework process has allowed us to leverage technology differently. So in the prior version of board meetings, the technology that supported our board meetings for the sake of live streaming and the technology under the hood, if you will, was a lot more complex and a little bit more antiquated. And not quite as mobile. And so the infrastructure that we'd have to have in place to support these meetings was a little bit more dense. Under current times, the technology is a lot more mobile. And so we do have some new considerations because it's just a lot easier to sort of, pack up our meetings and move to different locations and still provide the same courtesies and functions. So the technology's matured since those original plans. So I'm optimistic about what the possibilities are.
Yeah, the pandemic's changed our culture technologically, hasn't it?
Technologically.
Anyway, you look at how people are moving to different communities all over the country if they can work remotely. It's just amazing.
Yeah, technology is just it's really offering some a lot of flexibility for sure, but new opportunities about how we can ensure continuity of government.
Great, thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
I'm listening to this discussion and I'm reminded that we made a similar argument in relationship to our office, right? We wanted our location to be close to the Capitol. So I think proximity matters. And in terms of just concentrated, even when you think about people coming to Sacramento to interface with other elected officials, as well as maybe some of the agencies, it's in their best interest that we are not spread out all over Sacramento, but also kind of, if we can get densely populated, it's just, I think, a little bit of a tighter, more cohesive way to present state government. And so these are similar conversations and arguments that I'm hearing from when we were dealing with this with our own individual offices. So I assume you're going to just keep us up to date as the conversations continue to mature.
In fact, yeah, absolutely. And your point is well taken and right on point. The reason for our focus and our push to make sure that we had your downtown offices close proximity was because of the partnership as constitutional officers, your partnerships and your collaborations with the legislature, et cetera, and a lot of other, sometimes when we have other presenters, et cetera, oftentimes just the proximity makes it a lot easier. So the intent would be to try to maintain our boardroom in close proximity. Again, there are other state agencies that have some facilities. So all of that has been taken into consideration. And again, as we approach it as closer, we'll continue to give you updates to make sure you're fully informed and a part of the decision process. So thank you, members. If there's no other questions on that topic, I'll continue with my updates. Thank you for your questions, members. Next, members, and if I can ask board proceedings. Oh, good morning.
Say hi.
Good morning. She's like, it's a little too early, I need coffee. Good morning, Pumpkin. So next, members, today we have the pleasure of a guest speaker, a guest presenter. And if I can ask board proceedings to assist Ms. Arnold with being prepared to log on. Members, today we have joining us Ms. Tracy Arnold, who's the Chief Deputy Cabinet Secretary of the Office of Governor Gavin Newsom. And Ms. Arnold is here, as noted on our agenda, to present to us today an overview of the governor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2022-2023. I'm appreciative of her time today, and really I'm looking forward to hearing her presentation. And if I may, I'm just looking to see if Ms. Arnold is logged on for proceedings.
She has not logged on yet. I just sent her a reminder.
Okay. So members, it looks like Ms. Arnold is not quite dialed in yet, so board proceedings will get her queued up. And if, with your permission, Madam Chair, I will move to my next item, which is going to be K1C, which is California redistricting. So if I can queue that up with your permission, and then we'll try to get Ms. Arnold online. Members, at this time, just making a quick adjustment with your permission. At this time, I'll briefly address the agenda item related to the redistricting process. The board agenda would make the board agenda previously indicated that someone from the Secretary of State's office would make the presentation. However, the Secretary of State's office informed us that a representative from the California Citizens Redistricting Commission would be more appropriate. Due to some timing issues, they were not available, so I'll just provide a brief overview for your edification. Members, as you know, after the completion of the decennial census, California is required to redraw the boundaries of its congressional, state senate, state assembly, and state board of equalization districts to accurately reflect the state's population. In 2008, the California voters authorized the creation of a commission to draw new district lines. The California Citizens Redistricting Commission, which is a 14-member commission made up of 5 Democrats, 5 Republicans, and 4 not affiliated with either of the parties, certified the maps on December 26, 2021, and transmitted the maps to the Secretary of State on December 7th of last year. The Secretary of State is required, members, by statute to distribute the maps to each member of the Senate, Assembly, and State Board of Equalization, so those designated constitutional officers. They have a responsibility to do so, along with each member of Congress, the California Congress representatives. It also requires the Secretary of State to send one copy of the entire set of maps to the BOE members and to our office. My office has received confirmation that each of your offices has received the electronic versions along with physical copies of the maps. And I was hoping members to be able to share just at least one view of the maps on screen today, but technically I'm not able to display that while we're live streaming. But the information has been sent to you, and it is also available for public view on the California Citizens Redistricting Commission's website. So if you, for those that are listening, if you would like to see that on the California Citizens Redistricting Commission's website, the maps are available in PDF form. According to the California Citizens Redistricting Commission, the final maps are deemed to have been enacted on the date of their certification to the Secretary of State, noting that date was December 27th, 2021. The enactment date triggers a 90-day period for a referendum petition to be filed. So basically a protest period. In the absence of a timely referendum petition, in other words, if nothing is submitted, the maps would become effective 90 days after that December 27th date. The maps would become therefore enacted and certified and fully available as of March 27th, 2022. So it's a little bit, but basically December, 3 months, March. Since we're in the middle of the petition timeframe, a representative from the California Citizens Redistricting Commission couldn't join us to present on the maps at this time, as I mentioned earlier. We're hopeful, members, that they would have an opportunity to come back to present to us at a future meeting. And so we're looking at it from a process to ensure that we're pushing that information to you, working with the Secretary of State. In this case, at this time, there's no additional actions for the board to take in terms of any account or other kinds of activities. It is just to make sure that the information is available to you. So that's the information that I have at this time. I will acknowledge that that it's not my area of expertise and the details of the CRC, but I'm available to try to assist with any questions that you might have. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I see we have a couple questions. We'll go with Yvette Stowers, and we'll go with Antonio Vasquez.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Ms. Fleming, I understand it's not BOE's area of expertise. I do have two questions. The first one being, and I also understand that we're in the protest period, but setting that aside, did the redistricting make any changes to our districts 1, 2, 3, and 4? If so, which ones? And I think you already stated it, but does the redistricting have any impact on BOE operations?
So thank you for that question. No impact on BOE operations. That's the easier portion of the question. So no changes for us as a result of this redistricting cycle. A little bit of detail here, so I'll hope to try to make it succinct for you. District numbers will remain the same. District 1 for Board Member Gaines, District 2 for Board Member Chair Cohen, District 3 for Board Member Vasquez, and District 4 for Vice Chair Mike Schaefer. So the numbers have not changed. Those are the same. There have been some minor adjustments to the district. So district numbers for District 3 for Board Member Vasquez has a shift, and then no longer includes Ventura and the San Bernardino counties. It is fundamentally exclusively encompassing Los Angeles County. District 1 for Board Member Gaines will no longer represent parts of Los Angeles County, so that a shift has been made. Ventura County will move from previously District 3, which was Mr. Vasquez's office, and now District 2. So Ventura goes from District 3 to District 2. And the only county that is split between the two equalization districts, both District 1 and District 4, now share San Bernardino County.
I have a question. And I'm wondering, do you have a draft map that you could share with us and share your screen? Do you have that?
Yeah, We have maps, but unfortunately, I'm not able to grab that to display it. We have some ADA challenges. I was hoping members to be able to show that because it would have made it a lot easier. And my apologies for that. Just could not make the technology successful to be able to display it for you. But again, the information is available. We'll make sure that you've got the maps there, that's Secretary of State, and I'm happy to circle back with you individually just to see what the adjustments are. For the most part, when you look at the maps, when you look first at the statewide map, it'll show the districts where they fundamentally look the same. There's just these small districts around LA County that have been shifted in the northern and the Southern California portion of the state. So in summary, basically for District 3, Mr. Vasquez now has all of Los Angeles County, and then Ventura and some of the others that were shifted around, sort of split between a couple of the districts before, are now specifically shifted to one member. The only county that is now shared between District 1 and District 4 is San Bernardino County. All others are pretty much intact.
Thank you.
I wish members, my apologies. I was really hoping that I could display this. Definitely visuals would have made it a lot clearer. I just could not make that technology deliver.
Mr. Vasquez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I don't want to get too technical with you because obviously you're not the person, but hopefully when we do get that person, we can drill down on some of these issues. And I did receive the map, I guess the preliminary maps that are out from the office. The only thing I'm hoping once we get this thing finalized, that we get maps that are a little bit more detailed like we had in the past. I'm assuming that's coming shortly after it's finalized. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Towers, your hand is still up. Did we answer your question fully?
Yes,
No?
you did.
You can have another crack at it. You wanted to follow up here.
I was multitasking. I went to the redistricting website to look at the map, and I was going to try to share it, but I hear what Ms. Fleming is saying, that it may not be ADA compliant. But yeah. Back to Mr. Vasquez's question about more detailed maps, because the maps are final from the district. But in the past, Ms. Fleming, we've always had a map by district, and that map was on our website, and it also includes the counties and cities within the district.
That is correct.
I'm assuming that that's something that you guys are working on to finalize.
That is correct. You are absolutely correct. So in terms of the next steps and actions is an update to our website and members to your web pages also. So you will have a representation, visual representation of the maps that shows, one, the entire state. So you can see all 4 equalization districts across the state, and then the individual maps so that you can say specifically which counties are in your district. And then you'll have staff will provide a list that just shows, just a bullet list of the counties that are in your district. So that is absolutely correct, and that information is maintained on our websites. The issue is I could pull it up on the screen to show you in this circle. The issue is when I'm streaming it to the public for a part of this public meeting, I can't guarantee that ADA compliance is there. And so in order to make sure that we are in compliance with ADA and Bagley-Keene, we do want to make sure of that.
So when are these maps going to take effect?
So in terms of the actual effective date of it, the maps, and this is again, I'm just going from my notes, so this is not my area of expertise, but the maps and the new district boundaries don't become operative until the completion of the 2022 primary, which is June of 2022, and the general election, which is of course November of 2022. For practical purposes, and just to distill it down, you're using it for the elections activities, but clearly in terms of, taking office for 2023, at the beginning of 2023 is when those are the actual districts that you're officially representing. So they're useful, and from an operative perspective, useful for the general and the primary and the general election. And then in terms of actually representing that constituency would be 2023.
Thank you.
But to your point, Madam Chair, I think those that are actually after March, they're technically our districts, because those are the people that are actually going to be voting for you. So for example, in my primary in June, people in Ventura won't be voting for me.
That is correct. So that's the issue of the being operative. So in terms of election cycles, primary and the general election, both June and November, the voters are using that for this election cycle. That is correct. In terms of fully representing those constituents, because remember, if you're running for the election, that office becomes effective in January of 2023. Right. So for the remainder of 2022, you're still representing even though you're running for the position next, the current constituency is who you're representing today. In January, you have that additional group. So hopefully that clarifies. You're correct.
Ms. Fleming, Ms. Howard's here. As far as operations, I believe you said that there were some minor shifts where Ventura is now part of District 2 and San Bernardino is part of District 1 and 4, and District 1 no longer have any parts of LA County. Does that have an impact on the district offices that the members have? And if so, can you elaborate?
So if I may, there is one office that we would have to revisit because of the LA County, the shift between District 1 and District 3. There is one of our field offices, our district offices in the Lancaster area that has been impacted. And so I'm not prepared to go through the details with you today, but there is one office that we'll have to take a look at.
And that's just an office. Employees are civil servants. So regardless of a shift in the office, the employees still have a job with the state of California.
Oh, absolutely. It has nothing to do with state employees. Absolutely. Yeah, let's make sure we're keeping those.
Just make it clear that employees, you still have a job.
Yeah, it says, so just for the record, this is not a state of California personnel matter at all. Right? Any shifts or adjustments don't have any impact whatsoever on anyone's, any rank and file or anyone else's employment status. Absolutely not.
Thank you,
Mr. Gaines. Mr. Gaines.
Oh, great. Thanks, Chair Cohen. I just think it's curious because we're still in the protest period, and I think that continues through the third week in June, but our primary is in the first Tuesday of June. So it's feasible that we could be campaigning in the wrong parts of our district. It could be challenged through the election process.
So just if I may, so the protest period goes through March. So, and the primary is June, okay. Right? So it's a 90-day period from end of December to the end of March. That is the petition period, the protest period. When you get to the end of March, if there's nothing submitted, no protest, I'm speaking in just kind of layman's terms, there's no protest during that period, then those, they're currently outlined equalization districts would remain. Then you're followed 3 months later, going from March to June, then your primary, not quite 3 months, but from March to June, your primary election would be in June. So by the time you're going to the election, so the redistricting commission understands the dynamics there. This is a part of what they do, but yes.
Okay, could affect candidates.
So that's outside my area.
If you had a candidate file against you and the district lines change, that person may not be in the district any longer.
So members, if I may,
chance of that happening is like 1 in a billion probably, but
yeah.
All right, thank you.
So thank you. So members, if I may, I just want to be cautious about us shifting the conversation into another dimension of the redistricting issues as it relates to BOE's operations. Nothing changes for us, and we'll make sure that offices and everyone's intact and the information is provided for you as it relates to the election cycles. Respectfully, members, I'll, with the permission of Madam Chair, will.
Yeah, absolutely.
Those things that are under our jurisdiction.
Mr. Schaefer has a question.
Hi, thank you. When I first ran for the board against Ernest Kronenberg decades ago, I had 9 counties, and today I have 4 counties. I guess as the state grows, our counties, some of our counties get larger. that really has nothing to do with the operation. I'm just as happy with 4 counties as 9. I'm amazed at the size of Ted's district. I don't know how he can, if we were back in the days of horseback, he could never get around to visit his assessors. I have one other concern. I noticed on the map I was just showing for District 4 that I have Tijuana and Mexicali, but that's just for identification purposes, I think.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Any other questions for this, Ms. Fleming? All right, I see that we have our next presenter has joined us.
If I may, yes.
Absolutely, please continue.
Thank you, ma'am. So members, I'm glad, and I just saw a peek of Ms. Arnold, so I'm glad to have that Ms. Arnold can join us. And I will just restate for the record, Ms. Tracy Arnold is joining us today. Hi, Ms. Arnold is Chief Deputy Cabinet Secretary for Governor Newsom's office. And Ms. Arnold will provide an overview of the governor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2022-2023. Ms. Arnold, we're so appreciative of your time. We look forward to hearing from you. Ms. Arnold, members, just for your reference, is kind of the same thing that we have, where there's always going to be material we would like to display on the screen, but for our ADA, it just prevented that. So her presentation will just give you updates on the very important proposed budget issues. So Ms. Arnold, welcome and thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Fleming, for that nice introduction. I'm Tracy Arnold. I'm the Chief Deputy Cabinet Secretary in the Governor's Office. And today I'm going to provide you some highlights. I know that the budget came out a couple weeks ago and there's budget books now available. And it's all posted online at the DOF website. So I'm going to hit the highlights today. First of all, the state's projected a $45.7 billion surplus. So this budget is a $286.4 billion balanced budget that includes $213.1 billion in general fund spending. The state's continued economic growth has delivered these incredibly strong budgets over the last 3 years, and this builds on that background. The budget is very fiscally responsible. It reflects $34.6 billion in reserves, including maximizing out our investment in the rainy day fund. It also accelerates pay down of retirement liabilities and adds additional payments on top of the required Prop 2 liabilities. The major budget themes that you'll see in this year's budget is continuing to address the COVID pandemic, and with that, continuing to fight for healthcare affordability. It also combats the climate crisis that is front and center for California. It makes important continued investments in affordability for Californians that builds on the work of the last 3 budgets, as well as makes some critical new investments in public safety to keep our streets safe. On the COVID pandemic, I know you guys have been in a meeting today, but the governor and the legislative leadership just came out with a statement saying that they have reached agreement on a framework for the COVID early action items. And so that package, the details will be coming out, but basically the governor had proposed $1.4 billion in continuing this fiscal year spend for testing, vaccines, and boosters to support our hospitals and our frontline workers, especially during the Omicron surge that we're currently in. It also proposed that they work together to come together on a paid sick leave package. And I'll highlight a couple other things right now since that statement just came out. The legislative leadership also moved forward some of the items to support our business community, including the reestablishment of the net operating loss and R&D tax credits, the continued investment in the small business grants, and then also the tax conformity work that puts our California companies that are received money through the federal government last year on for the restaurants and for the what do you call them, the venues that were hit during the COVID pandemic. It brings those tax conformities to the forefront and makes those early action items. So that statement just came out, and more details will be coming shortly. On top of that, this budget continues to expand on the governor's investments in healthcare. It re-ups our $30 million proposal for an Office of Healthcare Affordability. That
May
will
I
address
interrupt for a second, Ms. Arnold?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Hi, this is Malia Cohen. And I'm just wanted to, I guess, call attention. This is the budget presentation, so there are slides that they provided us ahead of this meeting. Are you talking through these slides?
Yeah, I am. Are you?
The California Blueprint slide? Okay, so colleagues, I just wanted to bring to your attention that the staff sent over blueprint slides, and Ms. Arnold is walking through. So this is just helpful to have this visual as you are making your presentation. So I just didn't know if people realized that or not. Can you tell me what page you're on?
Sure, I'm on slide 4.
Thank you. All right.
And I'm trying to provide enough that if you don't have the slide in front of you, you'll be able to follow along. But please feel free to interrupt me and ask me if you have any questions. Thank you, Ms. Cohen.
No problem.
So on the healthcare front, just to circle back, there's the Office of Healthcare Affordability. I think you've seen this proposal last year. It didn't move forward. This year, the governor's re-upped that proposal. This year, the governor also decided to address healthcare affordability and the price of prescription drugs. He is proposing that California start working with companies to research whether or not we can contract and manufacture our own insulin.
So is that the Cal RX that you're referring to? Okay.
Then he also is continuing to invest in healthcare subsidies for middle-class Californians. Also, moving us towards the CalAIM proposal that the federal, or the CalAIM work that the federal government just gave us our waivers on, investing in expanding Medi-Cal for lower income families. And then for the first time, he expanded access to Medi-Cal for undocumented Californians for all ages, and that would start in January of 2024. The final thing I'd highlight in the healthcare bucket is that it also expands access to reproductive health services and continues the ability for Californians to have a right to choose.
Ms. Arnold, I have a question about that. What specifically are the expansions going to be happening? How do we see it real time, like on the ground?
You will see additional infrastructure for clinics funding, as well as support for clinics. I'll pull up the exact dollar amount for you in a minute, Ms. Cohen. Is that okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. On the next portion of the budget I'd like to highlight is the governor's actions to increase climate resiliency at the state. As you know, last year's budget invested $15 billion in climate. This budget integrates our climate, our equity, and our economic opportunity, and it really, for the first time, addresses climate across the entire state and makes investments to that end. So first, it leans in on the issues at hand, which are wildfires, drought, and extreme heat, and adds an additional $1.2 billion for wildfires, including expanding the Forest Resilience Action Plan and adding new firefighting technology and firefighters. On the drought front, last year we put $5.2 billion in the budget. This year's budget, we added $750 million for immediate drought support, and this is to deal with, the immediate need of potential wells going dry, so providing drinking water, water conservation and efficiency for small farmers, and kind of bridging to making sure that last year's budget investments are implemented. Then then it also includes money for the first time in extreme heat, and those programs will be developed. On the climate front, we're very aware that we need to meet our climate goals in the state, so the governor continues to double down on the investments in zero emission vehicle technology with an additional $6.1 billion over 5 years. With last year's budget investment, that puts us at about a $10 billion investment in clean cars and trucks. This funding will build additional ZEV infrastructure. It also will help replace some of the heavy duty trucks. It also creates programs to help lower income Californians and move to electric vehicles, and it also allows for some R&D and moves to capture some emerging opportunities in that front. On the clean energy front, this budget has $2 billion in general fund over the next 2 years to provide incentives for long duration storage projects. It also, the governor is investing in building and helping to decarbonize our buildings, both in community and in at the state level. The decarb for building in disadvantaged communities and improvements will be critical to helping us meet our clean energy targets. The funding also includes some new money to facilitate offshore wind in the Central Coast, and it makes investments in resources in the Lithium Valley, which is the Salton Sea and area, trying to allow us to take advantage of our resources there. On, you know, how I mentioned that the budget kind of has climate across the board, so stuff that might be less front and center on the climate plan is that it makes several investments in climate workforce, where it actually creates funds, builds on the work we did last year with SURF, which, you know, funded regional strategies for transition. This year, it also provides $450 million for local government transition, for the local governments that are most impacted by the transition away from oil. It also creates a $215 million workforce project that funds both capping of oil wells and training of workers to do that work. For the business side of things, it has $750 million in tax credits over 3 years to fund research and development in green technologies, as well as a new clean energy tax credit, which will invest in clean energy companies, and it also includes in that program a clawback so that if those companies become successful, the state will also benefit long term. While we're on clean energy, I also wanted to address the investments the governor's making in transportation infrastructure. He's put additional money in supply chain investments, $1.2 billion in ports, freights, and goods movement. He's invested in the high-speed rail again, local transit and rail projects, as well as investing in bike paths, pedestrian safety, grade separations, things like that. The budget adds $9.1 billion total for high-speed rail, regional transit, and the bike lanes. Switching to affordability, the governor continues to make investments in housing, homelessness, our business community, our education system, including childcare. It builds on the $10.3 billion in housing investments made last year and adds additional money to accelerate affordable housing in downtown infill areas. It expands the low-income housing tax credits by an additional $500 million, and it increases the affordable housing options to help local governments meet their housing goals. That's $500 million for local governments. With housing, as you know, this is also addressing our homelessness problem. So last year, the state invested $12 billion in homeless support services. This year, it creates an additional, or it added an additional $2 billion to those efforts. All that money is starting to go out the door now, as you know. In total, it will create 55,000 new homes and treatment beds to help people get off the street, as well as focusing on the wraparound services, including behavioral health and mental health services. Also makes connections to Cal-AIM Medi-Cal. There's significant increases also this year being made in clearing homeless encampments. Last year, the governor put $50 million in the budget. This year, he does that 10 times with a $500 million investment. On the business front, California, as you know, is home to many innovative companies, and the governor wants to continue to incentivize those companies here. So to that, he's re-ups our expanded efforts in CalCompete's tax credits and grants. He proposes paying down the unemployment insurance debt to help employers and the state. He also restores, like I said, the net operating loss and the R&D tax credit. There's the new climate tax credits. For small businesses, he, as you know, the small businesses in the state have created 2/3 of the state's jobs during the recovery. So we want to make sure that that industry stays strong and small businesses and entrepreneurs are able to grow. So he's making in $500 million in tax relief available through tax conformity. He also is waiving the filing fees for new small businesses registering with the state. He's continuing to invest in micro business grants, and even has put money into immigrant entrepreneur support programs. On the workforce front, the budget includes $1.7 billion for new healthcare workforce. This is to really bolster the frontline healthcare workers, the nurses, the EMTs, the behavioral health providers, and continue to put new positions in the pipeline for that, as well as creates new programs to support community healthcare workers and social workers. On the climate workforce front, like I said, he's investing in some of the oil capping initiatives, but on top of that, he's also provided $35 million to the UC to create regional workforce development and training hubs. There's new money for forest professionals and training. This is to put new wildfire leadership in the pipeline. And then he's also created, with the Workforce Development Board, some new low carbon economy workforce grants. On the education front, he has invested in educator development, training, recruitment, continued to waive exam fees, investing in funds also to help prepare teachers for working in the state, so integrated teacher prep programs. Speaking of education, I thought I would run through the highlights there. The budget includes $119 billion for K-12 education. Of that, it's $20,855 per pupil spending. That's of that, $15,261 is general fund. This is the highest investment ever per pupil in the state. He's continued to make investments in before and after school programs, as well as 6 weeks during the summer. Other highlights include supporting families with the school meal program and continuing with early literacy programs. In order to put the pipeline into those new career investment programs, he has worked with the higher education institutions to create compacts with UC, CSU, and a roadmap with the California Community College system. The goal there is to both expand access to students as well as set degree attainment goals and close equity gaps. These programs will also be creating college to career pathways, aligning kind of the curriculum at the schools with the state workforce needs. And that's $1.5 billion for the college to career pathway program. For students, he's expanding middle class scholarships, Cal Grants for community college students, and he's continuing to bring the cost of textbooks closer to zero. For families pre-K-12, he's also continuing his investments he made last year to benefit parents and young children. He's funding for the first time $1 billion to begin the transition to universal pre-K with 56,000 additional slots. He's increasing dual language support for families that are, speak more than one language. He is also supporting new childcare slots. There's going to be 36,000 slots on top of the 100,000 slots this year, with the goal of getting to 200,000 slots by fiscal year 25-26. He has also put money in to expand the Young Child Tax Credit that was established in 2019 so that families that file tax returns without income this year for the first time will also be eligible for that $1,000 low-income family tax credit. And as well, he is reducing Medi-Cal payments for pregnant women, children, and those above the income threshold that were having to pay their own premiums. He's eliminated that. As well as helping families receive voluntary home visiting for Black infant health supports. And then finally, I wanted to highlight the governor's investments in public safety. This year, the governor has put $285 million over 3 years to bolster local law enforcement response to organized retail theft, crime, and to assist local prosecutors to hold perpetrators accountable. He is funding new smash and grab enforcement units, funding for local law enforcement to crack down on perpetrators. He's also funding more patrols. In addition, I wanted to flag that the governor included $20 million in the budget for small businesses that are impacted by smash and grabs, so supporting the business side as well. And then he also, in addition, is investing in getting guns off the street. He has put $25 million for matching grant programs for local governments to buy back guns. And he put $20 million for a drug interdiction program at the California-Mexico border. And then in addition to this, and a good complement, is the investments he's making in safe and beautiful public spaces. He expanded the Clean California program, which is cleaning up areas of the state that, like you saw him down in LA this last week, cleaning up the railroad tracks, and as well as funding new beautification projects with cultural and art installations. He's funded a local grant program through the state parks to work with local communities in installing art installations in state parks. He's continuing his funding in outdoor access for all and increasing the accessibility of our parks. Those are the big highlights. I wanted to hit on those 4 big themes of, continuing to fight for COVID and invest in healthcare, combating the climate crisis, making sure California is affordable for Californians, and then new investments in public safety. And I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you for your presentation, Senator Gaines.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. I'm just curious about water storage. Are there any proposals to increase water storage or to get the bond monies spent so that we can get water storage built?
This year, the investment in water in drought was $750 million. Last year's budget, in the $5.2 billion that we invested in drought, does have water storage projects in that, and we're doing everything we can to make sure that those projects are on time. As you know, Prop 1 also invested in water storage, and we're watching that very closely.
Yeah. So is there anything happening with sites? Because, man, I voted for that bond initiative, 7 or 8 years ago, and I haven't seen any movement. And here we are in the middle of a drought.
I know that they are working on sites. I think this week, if I recall correctly, the comments are due back on their EIR, EIS, and the state will be making comments on that. So sites is in track to move forward. I think also the commission voted to move that project forward a couple weeks ago. So definitely still moving. No new investments in this year's budget in sites.
Okay. Do you have any sense on the timeline for breaking ground on sites?
I would need to look, but I know that that there's a really great timeline on the website. I can definitely circle back and make sure you have that information.
That'd be helpful. Just to, it's got to be a priority. I mean, we're right in the middle of it, and that would just be so helpful in terms of providing relief for Californians on the water issue. So, thank you for your presentation.
No problem. Thank you.
All right, Vice Chair Mike Schaefer.
Mr. Arnold, I very much enjoyed your presentation. It was very thorough and appeals to our eyes as well as our ears. I understand that the state is providing the lunches without cost to our students. Is that part of our education program today? I know when I was a grammar school kid, junior high school, I paid 35 cents for lunch every day, and I was by my elementary school where I live 2 blocks away, and I find it's all free, and I think that's a big plus because a pittance of a cost to be expected of some family may be nothing to students from La Jolla, but it may be everything from students in other parts of the city, and I'm glad to see the state and the city and county see that that may be the only good meal that some of these kids are getting.
You are absolutely correct. This budget does fund universal free school meals across the board.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Towers?
Thought I was going to be last. Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you, Ms. Arnold, for your presentation. From a tax perspective, because I'm a tax geek, I kind of want to highlight some of the other tax proposals. You already talked about the young child tax credit, that expansion, so that a parent can qualify for this credit even if they don't have earned income. Appreciate that proposal. Another one that the controller is champion is the foster care youth credit. Members, this credit would be another $1,000, and it would really, it's just targeting those individuals who were in foster care at the age of 13, and they remain in foster care until they term out at the age of 18. And this credit is recognizing that a lot of these individuals who are in our foster care system, they tend to have a hard time adjusting. They tend to have low income. So this credit is just to help them out of poverty so they can be successful. So we thank the governor for that proposal. We also like the tax payment flexibility proposal. It's kind of COVID related, recognizing that over the past 2 years now, that some individuals just have not been able to pay their income tax, but I'm a tax geek, but they haven't been able to pay their personal income tax. So the proposal is to provide them some flexibility to pay the tax without penalties and interest. Again, appreciate that proposal. And then I think we all can appreciate the gasoline tax proposal, which basically would, if adopted, would mean that the scheduled increase on the gasoline tax for July 2022 would not take place. So I just kind of want to highlight those. And then the controller, she is very encouraged that the governor continues to invest in California budget surplus and its people and its natural resources while working to retire unfunded liabilities that threatens to weigh down our economy in the long term. California continues its efforts to ensure its people are housed and receiving critical services. We are working to conserve our lands, our waters, while properly managing our forests to protect communities in the face of climate-driven wildfires. California has weathered what has been a devastating blow to our economy and continue its growth. What we need now is strong accountability for this record spending. Californians deserve and should expect to see measurable results from these investments as they apply to the crisis of homelessness, climate mitigation, and other critical areas. But again, Ms. Arnold, thank you very much for your presentation and your time.
Thank you for those comments. Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Tracy, thank you for your comments. And I know you just kind of glossed over some of these issues, but I was wondering on some of the specific ones, especially on the affordable housing front. I think one of the things that I'm hoping the governor is really looking at is addressing the true affordable housing piece, because people are saying, we obviously have a crisis on housing, but I don't think it's just regular market rate housing. The crisis is really in true affordable housing. And I know whatever he can provide on subsidies for that would be huge, because I think what's happening in a lot of these municipalities and cities is that their cost to build is so expensive, especially in areas where the land cost is just so high. And whatever the governor could do, especially with the surplus, to assist or subsidize that would be huge. And then on education, you were talking, I was glad to hear you mention that he's going to increase the amount of spending per pupil, which is huge, I think, for a lot of the education institutions. And whatever he can do to kind of zero in on those early ages, because I think what happens is that we're not doing enough, from that pre-K, K up until third grade, because by third grade, if a child is behind in reading, the chances of him coming up is very slim. And I think the way you make a huge impact is if you put some of that funding into making those ratios, pupil to teacher a lot smaller in those early ages. And that would take obviously funding to do that. At the higher education level, we finally built a new UC campus, Merced, but it's not fully built out. It doesn't have a medical school. It doesn't have a law school. And we're sitting on billions of dollars in surplus. They should put that money into making that a full-blown UC campus. And the irony of it is Merced, it probably accommodates, the majority of the people, students of color usually end up in UC Merced, yet it's like a second-rate university. So I think he needs to look at that a little bit stronger. And in terms of businesses, I think you touched on it a little bit. I think whatever we can do to help, especially I'm thinking a lot of the small mom and pop restaurants that, were devastated by this pandemic. In my area, I know a lot of the restaurants that are closing are the ones where they don't own the land. Those that are renting and leasing the property, they're not going to survive after this pandemic. Many of them have already closed, but those that are hanging in there, they're not going to make it through the pandemic because they have no control over their leases or their rents on those properties. And I think the governor really needs to take a look at some of the surplus and see what he could do to make sure those folks survive. Thank you.
Thank you. On the affordable housing, just real quick, he did put $500 million to create new affordable housing, and $500 million to support and bolster local efforts to permit that housing and get it built. As well, I thought I would just add on the UC Merced front, he visited the campus this past fall. He's very supportive of building a medical school there, and is continuing to support that project. I think right now those investments are getting the groundwork done, but definitely on our radar and something to look at for future investments when it's ready.
Thank you. When you mentioned the affordable housing, you said he's putting like did you say 500 million into that? Mm-hmm. You know what specifically what it's going to be used for though?
Yeah, so that original 500 million that I mentioned is to create new units to help leverage the private and federal investments that are being made in that same side. So putting the state money in that. But then on top of that, he's put 200 million for mixed income rental housing to get that built, 200 million to preserve existing affordable housing in downtown areas, and 100 million to stabilize mobile parks around California.
Okay.
So I have a couple questions. On slide 7, you were talking a little bit about housing, and you referenced grants and tax credits. And so my overall question is are you guys expanding an existing program, or are you creating new programs?
Right now we're building on the programs that were launched over the last few years, and continue to expand those programs. So you'll see us continue to expand the Home Key program, the infill infrastructure grant programs. I think this week we're putting out more money in the I forget what it's called, active communities, the OPR money that goes out to help support affordable housing. I can get more information. We have definitely information I can send you, Ms. Cohen.
Okay, yes. So I was just wondering, I guess the vehicle, the mechanism, right? Because everything that you described is we are doing, but it sounds like he's just pouring more revenue, more resources into it. And so it sounds to me like it's an expansion of an already existing program, even if the programs are newly created, like the Home Key program, which was created almost 2 years ago. So another question about the economy. I was wondering if you're able to highlight whether there's any investment in the missing middle, that middle housing. We talk a lot about affordable housing, and I, just for the record, I'm coming from San Francisco, so affordable housing and missing middle, like all of these are very relative terms in different parts of the state of California. But what is being done for this this gap of housing that's not being built?
Yeah, I think the governor right now is working on what can we do to look at the RENA investments, and what should the new housing goals be around the state to work with local governments to meet those goals. Additionally, we are implementing the federal government program to add mortgage relief for California families who are homeowners to keep them in their homes. So I think already we have about 4,000 applications on a program that just started, I think, open for applications last week. Those are two that come to mind.
And so these are people who are, so the state and local counties and cities did a lot for renters. So this is just, I guess, a balanced approach to help homeowners that were struggling. Okay.
Yeah, to pay their mortgages.
So this is the property tax space and business that we're in. So my questions are now a little bit more detailed on taxes. I was wondering if you're able to elaborate on the tax conformity early action that you mentioned that was part of the governor and the legislature action today. Do you have any updates?
Yeah, so definitely the federal government created two two programs. They gave grants to the restaurant community that were hit hardest by the pandemic, as well as some of the small venues like theaters and stadiums, things like that, that were also hit hardest by the pandemic since everything shut down. And so those funds went out. The federal government did a tax conformity that you didn't need to pay taxes on that revenue, and the state is now agreeing to do the same so that tax won't be paid on those federal dollars, and those small businesses will be able to have the support they needed and the intention of that money.
Okay. Can you highlight any other tax specific priorities that the governor is proposing? So Lucy, you mentioned that the governor has placed a $9.1 billion in transportation investments. So I just want to make sure that I'm clear. Does that investment relate exclusively to state dollars, or is that an investment that includes federal infrastructure dollars as part of the Build Back Better plan?
No, that's state dollars on top of the federal government dollars.
Okay. All right, that's good to know. And I'm sorry, what was your answer about the missing middle in housing? You said that it was mortgage relief. But
mortgage relief, as well as working with local governments to meet their RENA goals and build the housing goals that they need, which I think you'll hear more about this year. I don't have the details at this moment.
Okay, so Ms. Towers, in her comment, she highlighted some very specific tax priorities. And I was just wondering if there's any more that she did not mention that you wanted to speak about on the record.
Not off the top of my head. I'm sure there are. I can look and circle back with and see if finance has a fact sheet on all the tax credits in the budget, and make sure that you have that on hand.
Thank you. I appreciate that, because we have a natural constituency, as you can imagine, that would be interested. Yes. Question, on page 14, you were talking about the economy, and you said that the port revenue, you referenced about port revenue being lost. How much was that revenue that was lost? And was that due to when there was all that congestion in the ports, when shipping containers were kind of stalling out in the bay?
I think it's as you know, it's a complicated project or problem. It's not just ports in the bay, but it's the entire system. It's making sure that we have the trucks in place, the chassis, the drivers, the transit, the storage for the containers to move. You also have, making sure that the ports are able to offload the ships and get them on the rail and the highways. So it's a multifaceted program or project, but it's making a big investment in that to make sure the entire system works.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you for your question or your time with your presentation. Colleagues, are these hands that I see, are these old hands or new hands? All right, these are new hands. Okay, we'll start with you, Vice Chair Schaefer.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Arnold, Member Vasquez was talking to you. He was concerned with his merchants. He and I are both champions of small business, and we've seen far too many of our pubs and restaurants disappear. My two favorite piano bars, the only piano bars in San Diego, both are been out of business now for a couple of years because nobody could come along at the new rent rates that were being proposed, and the community is the loser on that. In all of the discussions that you had with Member Vasquez, it was housing, people having a place to sleep. I didn't hear any commercial discussion there. Is there funds that the businessman can access, or does the governors have some kind of troubleshooter that might meet with some of these greedy landlords and let them know that they're risking years of vacancy if they notch up the rent 25%, and that it would be better for the state, better for the landlord, better for the tenant, better for the community to support the business continuing for another 5 or 10 years until we can all get this behind us. I didn't hear that from you, and I'm sure that Member Vasquez and I are wanting to share something out there other than residential housing.
The budget does add an additional $150 million in the small business relief grants, and that's money to put, cash in businesses' pockets to help them with some of those expenses. That was a gap that was identified of businesses that were qualified and waitlisted, but we ran out of funds in order to fund them. So the governor is filling that gap and making sure that all businesses that qualified are able to get those funds. In terms of rent relief, the budget does not include rent relief for businesses. However, definitely can connect you with Dee Dee Myers, the governor's director of business or GoBiz, who would be happy to meet with you and your constituents to talk about business support.
Well, on behalf of all the music lovers, restaurants that have a piano bar go to the top of the list. And if you could get the governor to make a phone call to some of these greedy landlords whenever there's a piano bar involved, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, could I ask a question?
Yes, Mr. Gaines?
Yeah, thank you again, Tracy. And I was wondering, can you help me with the surplus in terms of, you mentioned $45.7 billion surplus. And these seem like, incredible surpluses that we've had the last couple of years. Can you break down like where that money is coming from, and is that a reliable source of income in the future? I look at what's happening in the stock market, technology, a lot of that's based out of California, is in decline, and are we going to be, maybe you could break it down and then see if you could just express what your thoughts are in terms of the future and where those revenue sources may be.
Yeah, I do know that Keeley and the Department of Finance are watching those numbers very closely. As you know, the challenge with this state is a lot of our revenue is based on the personal income tax. And so, right now with the stock market, I'm sure they're watching that very, very closely to look at what should the number be for May revise and what needs to be adjusted in that proposal. We will definitely be watching that and are very aware of the volatility in the proposal, even with this proposal, right? The governor, I think, even said when he rolled out his budget that he expects May to look very different than this January proposal.
Yes, okay, because what I had read, and maybe you could just clarify, but I had read that there have been numerous public offerings that had just created a lot of capital gains tax, and that was the majority of the surplus revenue that we're seeing here in the state of California. Is that accurate?
I don't have those details, but I could circle back with you. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Yeah, if you could just help with a breakdown, this would be nice to know kind of where all this extra revenue is coming from. And my concern would be, we hit a, we kind of skid into a decline in the stock market, and that revenue stops flowing, or it's at a much lower rate. And with a growing budget, is that budget then sustainable into the future, or then are you having to make cuts? So. Exactly,
and I know that we're very aware that coming out of a recession, it's an odd thing to have high revenues. So definitely we'll get you information on that.
That's great. Thank you.
Mr. Vasquez?
Yeah, just real quick. You answered most of my questions actually just a minute ago, but you did mention Dee Dee Myers. So she's the key person to talk about, especially on the business support, I guess, for a lot of these small businesses that I'm afraid might end up losing their business because of the lease, you know, when they're renewing their leases or their rent hikes. She's the key person. Okay. Thank you.
Another follow-up for you before we transition further on into the agenda. So as a board, we're interested in partnering with the governor to address a lot of the technology and staffing needs for local county assessors. This is our hope. I didn't hear anything in the presentation about any additional monies available to our county assessors. Perhaps you just overlooked it. So maybe you could talk a little bit about the billions of dollars that he's going to be giving to our assessors.
You know, you're absolutely right, and I am afraid that I didn't do my homework and double down and circle back on that. I know that I flagged it for finance to send me some information, and I need to make sure that I got that. But whatever they sent me, I will make sure that you get that right away. I apologize.
Okay, I appreciate that. So thank you, Ms. Arnold. Thank you. Please extend our thanks to the governor. Mr. Vasquez, do you have something to say?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just one last. You actually brought up a good point when you were talking about the, especially for the assessors. I'm even thinking about our BOE districts. I mean, each one of us are representing 10 million people, and I really feel for actually the chair's new district. I mean, she goes from Ventura all the way to, what is it, the border, Eureka or Humboldt? I mean, that's like 32 counties. How do you, with the staffing that she has, how do you even begin to represent that geographic area? And same with Member Gaines. I mean, he goes, we used to come to LA, but now he even goes further. He goes down to San Bernardino and all the way up to the border. I mean, just physical offices that you have to staff. And with the staffing we have, it's really a joke. You know, you're talking about, you know, we're supposed to represent the taxpayer. How do you do that with the resources that we currently have?
That's a really good point. I will definitely follow up with that on that one because I completely hear you and agree.
Thank you.
Thank you for making those points, Mr. Vasquez. Ms. Stowers.
I just wanted to share with you guys on those tax proposals. They're outlined in the budget. I do have the fact sheets. They're public information. I would send them over to board proceedings to share with everybody. So, Ms. Arnold, that's one less item that you have to do.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Mr. Vasquez, is your hand back up? Nope. Okay, you're good. So please extend our thanks to the governor. Thank you for making yourself available for this presentation. We recognize that it's been really difficult to lead in unprecedented times, so we want to applaud that leadership and also state that we're looking forward to working with you in partnership and with the California Assessors Association to make sure and to ensure that local assessors have the resources that they need and the technology and the staffing in the space, quite honestly. You're in the space of budget, so you know that we're talking about a $75 billion property tax system, which is the second highest revenue generator for local counties and municipalities, second to personal income tax. So it's an important system that we want to maintain, that ensure that it's robust and that it's healthy, and so that assessors are able to do the job that we are relying on them to do. So with that, so to ensure that they're able to carry out their functions, and so I just want to say thank you for your presentation. We look forward to working with you. Please do follow up with those outstanding items. I will be looking for them. And seeing that there are no other questions or hands, we are going to continue to move on with our agenda. And thank you again.
Perfect. Thank you so much for inviting me today. Very nice.
Okay, Ms. Fleming, back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members. Really good discussion. Again, extends our appreciation in support of your comments. To thank Ms. Arnold for participating today. Really appreciated the information. Members, that concludes my portion of today's presentation, and with the chair's permission, we're prepared to proceed with the remainder of the agenda, which moves to item D, operational. So with your permission, Madam Chair, we'll turn it back to Ms. Taylor.
Perfect. Yes, let's do that.
Thank you, Chair Cohen. We probably at this point should call for a quick public comment and see if there's anyone that would like to make a comment. AT&T moderator, can you let us know if there is anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter at this time?
Okay. Once again, if you'd like to make public comment, please press 1, then 0 on your phone. 1, 0. And we have no one in queue for comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next item is K1D, Executive Director's Report, Operational Priorities and Projects, Operational Priorities, Report on the Status of Operational Priorities. This matter will be presented by Ms. Renati.
Good morning, Chair Cohen and honorable members. I am Lisa Renati, Chief Deputy Director. Today, I'll report on some of the agency's operational priorities and projects. Members, the first item is in regard to our workforce capacity. Since our last meeting, we have filled 5 positions, 3 were promotions, and 2 are new staff to our agency. We continue to focus on this important effort and have 18 positions in active recruitment. Members, the next item is an update on our process improvement project. This project aligns with our strategic goals to modernize our business and property tax systems. I'm happy to report that the project's going well, and we're detecting opportunities for improvement and seeking innovations to enhance our systems and programs. Members, this concludes my report on operational priorities. I am available to answer any questions you may have.
Colleagues, any questions? Mr. Gaines?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Cohen. Yeah, Ms. Renati, I'm encouraged that we're doing so well on recruitment. I remember when our numbers were at 48 and now we're down to 18, and those are in active recruitment. And I know that we've also had challenges because we've had retirements. And do we know what that real number is? Because I know you've worked hard in terms of replacing those positions. Plus, we've had people that have moved up and been promoted. I'm trying to get a handle on how many have retired, how many have been promoted, and then how many have come from the outside. And you probably don't have all that available, but is that something that I could get an update on?
Yes, I'd be happy to give you those numbers. I do not have an update from when you since 2019. I don't have that information at my hands. Roughly about 60 positions filled, but those do, as you pointed out, include those promotions. Our retirements are holding steady right now. So while we have people have retired, and hopefully they're very happy in retirement, but we've slowly just been filling those positions. So I can circle back with you at your convenience and get that information to you.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Mr. Vasquez?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Real quick, just a quick comment. One, to congratulate the Property Tax Department. It looks like they've done great, it's great progress in filling so many of these much needed positions. And I'm just looking forward now, I guess, as we roll into 2022 to see what we could achieve with this enhanced Property Tax Department. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right, seeing no other questions or hands, we can continue. Ms. Taylor, do we have any public comment?
Let me ask the AT&T moderator. Please let us know if there is anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter.
Okay, once again, if you'd like to make public comment, please press 1, then 0. Please press 1, 0. And we have no one in queue for comment.
All right, thank you.
The next item is K1E, Executive Director's Report, Proposition 19, Implementation Project. Report on the status of the agency's Proposition 19 Implementation Project. This matter will be presented by Ms. Renati.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Again, this is Lisa Renati, Chief Deputy Director. Today, I'll provide a report, an update rather, on our Proposition 19 implementation project. A high-level implementation plan is attached to today's agenda. I'm happy to report that the status of our Prop 19 implementation project is green, which indicates we have no issues or concerns to report. Members, next, each team leader will provide you with specific information on the implementation actions for their areas.
Please do. Thank you.
The second sub-item is the Property Tax Department's Proposition 19 Implementation and Guidance, presented by Mr. Young.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Good morning, Chair Cohen and honorable members of the board. This is David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department, and today I will provide you a brief update of the department's efforts in implementing Prop 19. So staff continues to provide, to answer inquiries from our various stakeholders, taxpayers, assessors, and other constituents and members of the general public. Our workload on that has been holding fairly steady. There are still a fair amount of inquiries coming in, and we are handling those in an expeditious and timely manner. Second, I would like to provide you an update on our guidance. So with the passage of SB 539, staff is drafting guidance to LTAs that will provide some guidance to the assessors and the general public on the implementing statutes that were passed by 539. The first LTA will deal with base year transfers. Staff has completed the drafting of that advisory letter, and it is going through the very last stages of internal review. After internal review, it will be presented to your office for a 3-day preview, and then released to the public and the assessors for guidance. The next letter that we are working on is another LTA, another letter to assessor, and that will deal with the intergenerational transfers. That is still in the drafting process. It's a little bit behind on, we had to take the base year transfers first, and then this will follow. So it is still in internal drafting right now. After it's been drafted, it will go through the same process: first internal review, and then preview to your offices before being released to the public. Those are the two main issues, two main projects we are working on right now in the Property Tax Department. I am available to answer any questions you may have.
We see no questions, Mr. Young. Thank you for your presentation. Oh, Ms. Dowers has a question. Ms. Dowers.
Thank you.
Yes.
On the two LTAs, you said they were coming out to our office as a preview.
Yes.
And that sounds like that's our standard process on LTAs. We do a preview. However, and I hate to do this, I was under the impression when we were doing an LTA dealing with a law change like Prop 19, SB 539, the board is actually has more of an approval role as opposed to a preview. Am I mistaken, Ms. Fleming?
So I don't want to jump in, and Dave, if you wanted to finish the thought, but your position, your understanding is correct. So when we're doing a preview of something, it's typically going to be for the routine items. For the items that are either legislative or more significantly based, those conversations usually are happening as a part of the public discussion, interested parties, et cetera, and those are presented to the board for public discussion in that case. And so a lot of the Prop 19 Senate Bill 539 items have been discussed publicly before this board. So if there is some additional information that's missing, please let us know, and I'm happy to drill down on that detail. But to your point, the routine, sort of administrative routine guidance is provided on preview. All others are discussed as a part of the public discourse before the board.
Okay, I follow that logic. So you're basically saying we've talked about it so much that we should not be surprised when we see the LTA. I'm good with that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Schaefer?
Factor, is there any time factor that we should be concerned with? I would not want us to just keep it in progress and process when it's convenient for us to come up with some answers. If there's thousands of people out there wondering what they're going to have to do as to what we think the law is going to be. Are there any delays that we can avoid, or has that been part of our thinking all along, as it should be?
If I may address that, thank you for that question. It's been part of our plan all along. We've been trying to move on this as expeditiously as possible. There were a couple of interpretational and technical concerns that we had, and so we worked diligently with our legal department and we consulted with our assessor partners in coming up with some with a consensus on a couple of the items. So we are moving quickly, and our goal, as always, is to get it out as timely as possible to provide guidance both to the assessors and to taxpayers in general.
Thank you, Mr. Young.
Of course.
All right. Are there any other questions for Mr. Young? Okay, let's keep moving forward. Mr. Nadi.
The third sub-item is the Legal Department's Proposition 19 Implementation and Updates, presented by Mr. Nanjo and Mr. Moon.
Good morning, Chair Cohen, Vice Chair Schaefer, and honorable members of the board. I'm Henry Nanjo, Chief Counsel of the BOE's Legal Department, here with Attorney 5, Richard Moon. The Legal Department is happy to report that the board's initial Proposition 19 related rulemaking efforts have both concluded. Property Tax Rule 462.520, exclusion from change in ownership, intergenerational transfers, was approved by the Office of Administrative Law, or OAL, on October 26, 2021, as I have previously reported. That rule was given an effective date of January 1st, 2022. So with the new year, this regulation is currently applicable to intergenerational transfers statewide. With regards to the rule 462.540, that was the one that OAL had some technical changes at the last minute that they needed us to make. That was on exclusion from change in ownership base year value transfers. I mentioned at the December board meeting that the legal department was working on minor revisions to OAL, more technical, grammatical, those kinds of things, nothing substantive. And in December 2021, OAL approved this rule on December 31st, 2021. My staff, I'd like to thank my staff working very diligently with OAL to address all their concerns, worked right up until the last day of the year to get that concluded. But similarly, that rule is now in effect as of January 1st, 2022. So again, I'm happy to report that both of the boards property tax rules, exclusion from change in ownership intergenerational transfers, and exclusion from change in ownership base year value transfers implementing Proposition 19 were effective January 1st, 2022. Again, my team did an awesome job of staying with OAL and making sure they got that across the finish line. I express my great appreciation for all their efforts, especially at over the holidays and at the end of the year. That concludes my report. I'm available to answer any questions.
I have one quick question if Madam Chair is not available.
Yes, go ahead, take your question.
Yes. Mr. Nanjo, thank you for the update, but I was wondering when you're talking about Prop 19, do we have any updates on the actual ballot? I guess there was like that repeal the Death Tax Act that's floating out there on Prop 19?
Yes, and I don't want to, thank you for that question, Member Vasquez. I don't want to steal Dustin Weatherby's thunder. I believe he's going to be addressing there in his report. So if you can hang on a little bit, I think he's covering that.
I'll hold that. Then let me ask you on what you just actually were just speaking about. And that is during the state assessees appeals season, are all the attorneys assigned to the state assessed matters? Do we know?
Most of them were. I believe I held one or two in reserve just to continue with our other work and handle property tax opinion requests and things of that nature. I will be covering that a little bit more in my legal team quarterly report.
And in that report, are you going to bring up if there's any issue in terms of possible staff, shortage on that, or assistance or help on that?
Yes.
Okay, I'll wait then. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
And that's all I have.
All right. Seeing that there are no other questions, let's keep going. Ms. Taylor, let's call the next item.
The fourth sub-item is update on legislation related to the implementation of Proposition 19, presented by Mr. Weatherby.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Good morning, Chair Cohen, Vice Chair Schaefer, and honorable members of the board. This is Dustin Weatherby, Chief of the Legislative Research and Statistics Division. So since the legislature reconvened on January 3rd, no bills have been introduced or amended relating to the implementation of Proposition 19. While no new bills have been introduced or amended, Assembly Constitutional Amendment 9 by Assemblymember Kevin Kiley is still pending in the legislature. This measure seeks to repeal several provisions of Proposition 19 regarding intergenerational base year transfer exemptions and instead reinstate the prior rule. While this measure would apply retroactively to all affected purchases or transfers occurring on or after February 16th, 2021. ACA 9 is currently awaiting referral to committee in the Assembly. So this will conclude my presentation on this item, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Mr. Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. So do we have any latest or any details on this? I guess they call it the Repeal Death Tax Act.
So yes, thank you for that question, Board Member Vasquez. So the initiative received its ballot title and summary from the Attorney General's office. And so it's currently cleared for signature gathering, and petitions can be circulated for voter signatures on the streets. I'll provide a little more detail. The initiative has until May 3rd of this year to submit those signatures, and as a constitutional amendment, the proponents would be required to have 999 just under 1 million signatures to submit, and so that will be going on until beginning of May.
Thank you.
997,139.
Well, they're gonna have to turn in over 1 million, obviously, because they may not all be good, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So the rule of thumb is you usually want to have a little extra over what is required.
Over,
yeah. For any duplicates or invalid signatures.
Great way to redeem yourself on those numbers.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
The fifth sub-item is Communications Office Proposition 19 Implementation Actions, presented by Mr. Kim.
Yes, good morning, Chair Cohen and honorable members of the board. This is Peter Kim, the agency's Chief Communications Officer. Members, today I'll provide a brief report on the Communications Department's efforts in implementing Proposition 19. Taxpayers' rights advocate Lisa Thompson and I have been collaborating together to update the existing Proposition 19 fact sheet to reflect the changes due to SB 539. We will inform the board and the public once the fact sheet is finalized. In addition, there are previous discussions to explore if it is possible to have Proposition 19 information in other languages. I have been in the process of reviewing our procedures relating to translating information. It is our goal to translate the Proposition 19 fact sheet into Spanish and have it ready later this year. Subsequently, we plan to explore translating the fact sheet into other languages if possible. On another note, the agency's fiscal year 2020-2021 annual report, which is tentatively scheduled to be released in March, will also include a page on Proposition 19. It is to memorialize and highlight the BOE statewide leadership, work, and accomplishments on the implementation of Proposition 19. Members, as you know, the Proposition 19 webpage is being updated and enhanced to provide the latest information in real time for stakeholders and taxpayers. As of yesterday, we received a total of approximately 268,795 unique external page views since November 10, 2020. Since my report at the October 2021 board meeting, that's an additional 42,986 unique external page views, which is about a monthly average of over 14,000 page views in the last 3 months. Finally, we are continuing to use our social media channels such as Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and LinkedIn to expand our audience and direct followers to the BOE website for the latest updates and resources. This concludes my report, and I'm available to answer any questions the board may have.
Mr. Kim?
Yes. Yes, Vice Chair.
I sometimes get a mailing from some level of government that will have a translation in not just Spanish, but in 20 different languages. I mean, it just startles my mind. And I know from experience going door to door in neighborhoods of English as a second language people, that when I find parents that don't speak English, they have teenage and adult children around that speak perfect English. So a lot of these people who don't speak English do have family members who do, and I would hope that you're not going to try too hard to translate it into 20 languages. I'm happy we're translating into Spanish, but I think we're just going a little bit overboard on translating it into other languages. I think you'll find the County of Los Angeles mails out translation in 20 different languages of some of their forms. And I'd like to think all that translation talent might be better directed. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. I will note that those comments, yes, in the process. Thank you.
You're muted, Ms. Cohen.
You're muted, Chair.
Thank you. I was just saying, Mr. Kim, we appreciate your presentation as well as your translation effort. Please continue with both.
Thank you.
All right. If there's nothing else, Mr. Peter Kim, we will, okay. Ms. Renati, I'm sorry, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you. The sixth sub-item is the Taxpayers' Rights Advocate Office implementation of Proposition 19, and the seventh sub-item, Education and Outreach for Proposition 19, will be presented by Ms. Thompson.
Good afternoon, Chair Cohen and honorable board members. I am Lisa Thompson, the agency's Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office Chief of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office and also the Taxpayer Rights Advocate for the agency. I am pleased to report on the Proposition 19 implementation and action plans for the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office Implementation Action Plan is focused on developing new information sheets for the intergenerational transfers and base year value transfer provisions under Proposition 19, as well as for revising its existing information sheets for the effects of Proposition 19. In addition to covering exclusion and base year value topics addressing the existing information sheets, we will be drafting new information sheets addressing family farms and property impacted by disaster. Our office is currently reviewing the language in the implementing legislation for Proposition 19, resulting from Senate Bill 539 that was signed into law September 30th, 2021, and reviewing information issued by our property tax department concerning that implementing legislation. Our office is collaborating on how best to present that information in the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office information sheets, so taxpayers are aware of property tax savings that are available to them. Our information sheets will reference the applicable effective dates of Proposition 19 when implementing legislation was passed, as well as key information from letter to assessors that our agency published concerning the implementing legislation. This concludes my update for the TRA implementation plan portion. I am available to answer any questions. And if there are none, I'll continue to the education and outreach implementation action plans.
Okay, I see no questions. Please continue.
Okay. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office has continued to work in collaboration with the Communications Officer, Peter Kim, on various aspects of Proposition 19 to ensure that taxpayers are provided the most current information and are kept informed. This can, and then also, excuse me, then the focus of this education and outreach and implementation plans are for the creation of Proposition 19 fact sheet and presentation material development. In February of 2021, the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, in collaboration with the Communications Officer, had developed a Proposition 19 fact sheet and PowerPoint presentation to provide information on the intergenerational transfer exclusions and provisions that were effective February 16th. 2021, and also for the base year value transfers for seniors and disabled persons, which were effective April 1st, 2021. The communications officer and I have collaborated on changes to that fact sheet now that implementing legislation was enacted. We will soon be adding information referencing the letters to assessors numbers, providing guidance on the base year value transfer provisions, as well as the intergenerational provisions of that implementing legislation. Later in the agenda, I will be providing an update on the activities of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, providing some statistics on the number of cases we've completed. And also during that portion, I will be providing an update to you on the progress that has been made toward taxpayer education and a consensus on the top 5 topics in need of taxpayer education. This concludes my update for the education and outreach implementation plan. I'm available if you have any questions.
Colleagues, any questions for Ms. Thompson? All right, seeing none, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Ms. Taylor?
Yes, Chairman Cohen, would you like me to call for public comment?
I would like you to call for public comment before, so I just want to recognize Ms. Fleming. Thank you to your team. Prop 19 really has changed the landscape on how property is transferred. And I think your team has done a great job just rising to the occasion with the communication, keeping the website up to date, being available to answer questions, and also the legal team as well in keeping us abreast as to the changing landscape on this particular portion of property tax issues. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. And Ms. Taylor, now you may call for public comment.
Thank you for your kind words.
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there is anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter at this time.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to make public comment, please press 1, then 0 at this time. 1, 0. And we have no one in queue at this time.
Great, thank you. Ms. Taylor?
The next item is K2A, Chief Counsel Report, Legal Workload Quarterly Report. General discussion on the legal department's workload over the last 3 months. This matter will be presented by Mr. Nanjo.
Before we continue and move forward, we're just coming up quickly to the 12:30 mark, which is where we publicly stated that we're going to take a quick lunch break. So what I think what we should do is take the presentation, which is estimated to be somewhere between 10 to 15 minutes. And after that presentation, we will take a break, and then we will subsequently go into Dave's presentation, which is estimated to be 30 minutes after the lunch break. All right, folks. All right, thank you. Please continue, Ms. Taylor.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Good afternoon, Chair Cohen, Vice Chair Schaefer, and honorable members. Henry Nandro again, Chief Counsel of the Board of Equalization's Legal Department. Today, I am presenting the Legal Department's quarterly report covering the fourth quarter of 2021. First, I want to thank my team for their continued dedication and hard work throughout the 2021 with the pandemic, remote working, and everything. It has been challenging for all, and our legal team has been working with all cylinders firing. Recently, we welcomed 2 new staff members, Attorney 4 Norm Scott in November 2021, and Tax Counsel 4 Lou Ambrose in January of 2022. Additionally, Ms. Sonia Yim, I'm pleased to report, was promoted to Tax Counsel 4, and we will continue to fill our remaining vacancies in 2022. Now on to the department's workload for fourth quarter 2021. As you know, the second half of the year has the legal department attorneys serving in 2 key roles for state assessed appeals season. Some of my attorneys represent the State Assessed Properties Division throughout the appeals process, and 2 of my attorneys serve as appeals attorneys or a neutral attorney tasked with summarizing the appellant's record for the board's consideration and action on cases. In December, the primary workload of the 2021 State Assessed Appeals season came to a close. Currently, the remaining appeals activities for 2022 or 2021-22 season includes that the appeals attorney is working on 2 pending Section 40 written decisions, which are estimated to appear on the board's February agenda. With the board's adoption of these written opinions to memorialize the board's appeal decisions that were made in December, the 2021 appeals season will officially come to a close. Additionally, now that the 2021 appeals season has mostly come to a close, the legal department will begin to work with the board's assignment from September 2021, which was to look at the appeals process holistically in the off-season for any lessons learned with a specific eye on our communications to petitioners throughout the appeals process. Additionally, we will review our appeals materials for such things as the possibility of including new references to the recent precedential Verizon case, as well as any information that will be helpful to taxpayers or petitioners. We look forward to working with our partners in Board Proceedings Division and State Assessed Properties Division on this project during the first half of 2022. Also, in the State Assessment Appeals off-season, 2 of our staff attorneys will be attending the Western States Association of Tax Administrators, or WASATA's, unitary appraisal training next week. This training will help them brush up on their appraisal principles for next year's state assessment appeals season. Additionally, while state assessment appeals season is coming to a close, the regular workload of the legal department continues. I'll now provide a few topical highlights. Litigation. Members, as you know, throughout the past quarter, we have been providing confidential monthly written reports to the board, as well as providing appropriate public updates on our website. In general, we're seeing that due to COVID protocols in effect, many courts have continued to delay or postpone hearings, which has resulted in a bit of a holding pattern in many cases. However, we continue to closely monitor and handle the board's litigation cases and will continue to keep you informed and updated of any developments. We anticipate holding a closed session in the next couple of months to provide an opportunity to provide a more robust update to the board members. In the area of Public Records Act and disclosures, in the fourth quarter, we had completed 75 PRA disclosure inquiries. The work has been pretty steady and ongoing, but of course depends on the volume of public inquiries. Members, as you'll recall, administration assignments are typically requested by the Board Proceedings Division or Exec Office, covering various administrative or board meeting related legal issues. In fourth quarter 2021, we had 5 such completed assignments. We continue to provide support to Board Proceedings Division and the Exec Office as we monitor developments in the law that may affect the board's monthly meetings. Members, in the area of agency publications, the legal department has completed 28 legal reviews in fourth quarter. These publications include property tax department communications and other department publications. We expect this work in this category will continue through the first quarter of 2022 as well. In the area of regulations, I'll be brief in this section as this content was covered in our earlier rulemaking item and our Proposition 19 regulation update. The legal department has continued to work with the property tax department, our stakeholders, and the Office of Administrative Law to finalize the Proposition 19 implementation rules, property tax rules 462, 520, and 540, both of which went into effect on January 1st, 2022. Also in fourth quarter 2021, we finalized and submitted to the Office of Administrative Law amendments to property tax rules 370 and 370.5, which reflect recent legislative changes from SB 1473, which was related to Government Code Section 15643. The amendments became effective on December 13th, 2021. Looking forward to the first quarter of 2022, earlier today we presented Section 100 changes to Property Tax Rule 302. With the board's authorization, we will now work to submit that to OAL expeditiously. The legal department will continue to look for future regulatory updates and revisions and bring them to the board in an effort to have as clear regulations and guidance as we can to the public and taxpayers. In fourth quarter 2021, we were able to respond to 13 email inquiries, 32 phone call inquiries, and 6 special projects related to tax program or technical advice. Finally, members, I wanted to include year-end legal opinions note. For 2021, the legal department issued a total of 29 legal opinions or memos, including both the 15 property tax technical advice opinions and 14 internal and board meeting related chief counsel memoranda. In closing, I wanted to extend my gratitude to the team for all their hard work and extra efforts over the past year. Members, this concludes my report. I'm available to answer any questions.
Questions, colleagues? Mr. Gaines?
Yes, thanks, Chair Cohen. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions if I could, Mr. Nanjo. Can you just, I think this is helpful for our constituents, for the public, but could you tell us how many folks you have on your team?
I have approximately 10 folks on the legal department staff.
Yes. Okay, that's great. And I think you mentioned we have 2 vacancies, which are, I think you're actively looking at filling those. Is that correct?
Yes, we're in recruitment, active recruitment on one, and the other one should be posting anytime now.
That's great. Wonderful. And can you recall how many vacancies there were since we were elected? So it's a little over 3 years ago. I know you kind of had to rebuild this team, so I just trying to give some perspective.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult to say. We've had some people retire, we've had some people leave us, but it's suffice to say that we are probably double the staff that we had when the board members were first elected.
That's great. Good. And I know that we had some issues with backlog of workload. How is that now? Are we caught up? Are we getting closer to being caught up?
We now have more resources to put on there. As I mentioned, Lou Ambrose is a new tax counsel that we were able to hire. He's going to help us with some of our backload as well as reviewing our appeals process. That effort. Plus, now that state assessed appeals season is over, more of my attorneys can turn back to catching up on tax opinion requests. So we will definitely make headway over the next quarter and until the next state assessed appeals season comes up.
Great, wonderful, thank you. I find that very encouraging. Appreciate what you're doing and also what Ms. Fleming has done in terms of and along the entire team in terms of managing the BOE. It's just good to see that we're filling these positions, we're getting talented people, and I think we're being effective as an agency. So congratulations.
Thank you, Member Gaines.
Vice Chair Schaefer?
Angela, you mentioned the retirements that we had, which of course every agency has. Have some of the people we've lost gone on to great careers in the private sector, and we continue to see them because of their specialty? Are any of them prominent judges who are able to bring a unique perspective to business litigation? I mean, any superstars that started with you?
I'm happy to report that our retirees have been retired and enjoying life after a well-deserved state career. So if we can't have them doing something for taxpayers, they have a well-deserved break and they're enjoying their families.
That's a good answer. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? All right. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, members.
Of course, Ms. Taylor, do we have any public comment on this item?
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there is anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment on this matter.
Okay, once again, if you'd like to make a public comment, please press 1, then 0. 1, 0. And we have no one queuing up at this time.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate that. This is an informational item, so there's no action needed to take. I'd like to take a 30-minute recess and reconvene at 12:45. All right, colleagues. All right. Seeing no dispute. All right, we will take a recess and we will reconvene in 30 minutes at 12:45. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Thank you, staff.
what's the word I'm looking for? Recess. Back into action.
You got it, ma'am.
All right, thank you, Ms. Taylor. Could you refresh us where we left off on the agenda?
Certainly. The next item is K3A, Property Tax Deputy Director's Report, Operational Updates, Report on the Status of Pending and Upcoming Reports, Activities, and Departmental Issues. This item will be presented by Mr. Young.
Great.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Good afternoon, Chair Cohen and honorable members of the board. David Young here, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. Today, I will give you a brief update on the operational going-ons in the Property Tax Department. After my brief report, I will go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Patricia Lumsden, who is the Chief of the County Assessed Properties Division. And sitting in for Mr. McCool today will be a new face for you guys. It will be Ms. Michelle Cruz, Principal of the State Assessed Properties Division. They will both provide you with a little bit more detail on what's going on in their individual divisions. And then following that, we will have a presentation from Ms. Lauren Keach, who will give you an update on our process improvements for the welfare exemption unit. So with that, I'll go ahead and start. The Property Tax Department is as a whole doing really well. Consistent with our strategic plan, our staff has embarked on a process improvement project as part of our revitalization efforts. So we are actually doing really well on that. What we have done is we've gone through and we have actually started to document and update our processes in which we do much of our functions. So we are about halfway through right now in our documentation process. This is a long-term project. It is something that we do organically, but we're adding a little bit of structure to it and doing it a little bit more formally now. So it is a long-term and a continuous effort. So this will probably take quite a while for us to get all the way through all our processes. For the County Assessed Properties Division side, staff is still very busy, as I reported earlier, on implementing Prop 19 and the statute put in place by SB 539. So they are still answering a lot of phone calls, a lot of inquiries from our website, and we are also in the process of drafting 2 LTAs on that. On the state assessed property side, staff has, as of December of last year, we've concluded our work on the assessment appeals. We now shift our work to getting ready for the 2022 season of valuation work. So right now, staff is right in the middle of doing our capitalization rate studies. That is going well, but we are in the preliminary stages of putting that together and going through all our templates and everything we need in order to get ready for our valuation season. So with that, before I turn the presentation over to the next 3 presenters, I am available for any questions you may have. Seeing none.
You've done an excellent job of educating us, so much so that we can read the reports and understand them. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
No questions. Thank you.
Taylor, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. The next sub item is letters to assessors presented by Ms. Lumsden.
Good afternoon, Chair Cohen and honorable board members. My name is Patty Lumsden. I'm Chief of the County Assessed Properties Division. Today, I will provide you with a brief report on letters to assessors. Attached to the agenda again this month is a memo on letters to assessors, which provides a list of all LTAs that have been issued since our last board meeting. In addition, it provides a link to the BOE's website where a list of all LTAs issued to date can be found. For calendar year 2021, BOE staff issued a total of 68 LTAs. Since our last board meeting, we have issued 16 LTAs, and 4 of which were recently issued in calendar year 2022. Some of those LTAs of note are 3 LTAs that were issued or the 2022 revisions of the following assessor's handbook sections: 531, which was the residential building costs, 534, which is the rural building costs, and 581, which is the equipment and fixtures index, percent good, and valuation factors. These revisions are to be used as of the January 1, 2022 lien date for county assessors and their staff. There were also 2 LTAs issued on assessment practices survey reports, one for Sonoma County and one for San Joaquin County. In addition, there was an LTA to provide the annual inflation factor, which does not exceed 2%, to be used by county assessors to increase base year values for the January 1, 2022 lien date, as provided by Revenue and Taxation Code Section 51. This annual inflation factor is based on the California Consumer Price Index, and this year it is going to be 2%. We also issued an LTA to provide the property tax calendar for 2022. This calendar provides action and compliance dates of importance to assessing officials and taxpayers. In addition, we issued an LTA to issue the California Standard Flight Times to be used as part of the allocation formula when valuing certificated aircraft for the 2022-23 fiscal year. And finally, we issued an LTA to issue the vessel valuation factors to be used by county assessors to value vessels for the 2022 lien date. And that concludes my report on letters to assessors. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Fantastic. Colleagues, any questions? Mr. Viscus.
Just a quick question, Ms. Lumsden. As I was looking at your remote hearing, especially with the assessors on some of these surveys, I was wondering how that's going, and if, especially moving forward, if it's more efficient, if it doesn't make sense to continue that after COVID here.
Thank you for that question, Mr. Vasquez. If I may, I will be going over the assessment practices survey report in a few minutes. If I can get back to your question.
I'll wait.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Lumsden, you can continue.
This is Ms. Taylor.
Okay.
The next sub item is appraisal training and certification presented by Ms. Lumsden.
Thank you. So I will now provide a brief report on the BOE's appraisal training and certification program. Since our last meeting, we have taught 2 more virtual classes of our most requested courses. During calendar year 2021, we taught a total of 18 virtual classes and trained a total of 578 students. In addition, BOE staff prepared and presented a virtual CASA webinar on 2021 legislation. CASA, which is the California Assessors Administrative Services Association, is an affiliate of the California Assessors Association. More than 500 people were in attendance to that webinar, which consisted of BOE staff and county assessors and their staff. And in addition, I'd like to provide you with a little bit of statistics so you can have a better perspective on how much we've accomplished in 2021. So in 2018, we provided a total number of in-person classes of 16 and taught 462 students. Now, 5 of those classes were taught by BOE instructors, but the other 11 classes were taught in partnership with county assessors staff. We partner with them to teach some of our classes. So in 2019, we really ramped up our training program, and we ended up teaching a total of 22 classes that year in person and 636 students. Now, 14 of those classes were then taught by BOE instructors, and only 8 of those classes were taught in partnership with the county assessors instructors. In 2021, we were only able to teach 6 of our in-person classes and 176 students before COVID hit, the COVID pandemic. So after that, we had to cancel all remaining classes, and we were not able to teach any more in-person classes since that time. We spent the rest of 2020 and the beginning of 2021 figuring out a way to continue teaching BOE staff as well as county assessors and their staff to help with this continuing education. And so finally in 2021, in April, we began our first virtual class. We ended up teaching a total of 18, as I mentioned before, a total of 18 classes that year. last year and taught 578 students. The most notable part of this is all 18 of those classes were taught by BOE instructors. So we've really accomplished a lot in coming up with a way to teach these classes and continue teaching them while we still are in the progress of trying to improve our virtual training classes. We definitely have made a lot of improvements since we started, and we will continue into 2022 making those improvements and look forward to when we can do a hybrid of teaching some in-person classes and some virtual classes. And with that, that concludes my report on training and certification, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Colleagues, any questions? All right, seeing no hands. Ms. Taylor?
The next sub-item is assessment practices surveys presented by Ms. Lumsden.
Thank you. So this will be a brief report on the BOE's assessment practices surveys. And for calendar year 2021, we completed and issued assessment practices survey reports for the following 9 counties: San Diego County in District 4, Alpine County in District 1, Yuba County in District 1, Orange County in District 4, Lassen County in District 1, Calaveras County in District 1, Nevada County in District 1, San Joaquin County in District 1, and then Sonoma County in District 2. These survey reports were issued via letters to assessors and are posted on the BOE's website. In addition, we are actively working on completing surveys and or samples for 11 other counties, 6 in District 1, 3 in District 2, 1 in District 3, and 1 in District 4. These surveys and samples are in various stages of completion, and as they are completed, a copy of the report is provided to each of the board members' offices and for their preview. Staff also continues to conduct surveys and samples remotely. In doing so, we work closely with each assessor and their staff to determine the best way to collect the necessary information and data in the least impactful way to the county as possible. And that requires us to work with their IT staff as well as our own IT staff to make that happen. And that concludes my report on assessment practices surveys. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Vasquez?
Now I will ask my question.
All right.
Given what you're doing on the remote side, I was wondering how that, if it was that efficient that you may want to continue it even after COVID.
So thank you for that question, Mr. Vasquez. So our plan is to learn from the situation that we've been forced to be in, which is doing things remotely. And we've found that there are some efficiencies in it. And then we found that there's also some challenges in getting things remotely. So we're doing the best that we can during this time because this is what we have to work with. However, going forward, we will probably do some functions remotely, but we do look forward to going back to doing in-person surveys as well. We do find that the interaction between our staff and the assessor staff is extremely helpful, and it's both a learning process for both our staff and their staff, and we're better able to assist them being there in person and answer questions and just have that, build that, that camaraderie and, it's just a better experience for the whole entire program. So while we do think that there are some great things that have come out of being able to get the information remotely, and we do plan on hoping to continue to use that, we do look forward to having some kind of a hybrid put in place where we would go back to doing in-person surveys and samples as well. And hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that you would do some kind of a hybrid system. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's one of the things that's been great about being forced into doing things remotely, and also with our training as well, having to do our virtual classes. It's really taught us a lot about what works and what, maybe isn't working so well. And we plan on using those experiences going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, colleagues, are there any other questions? All right, seeing none, Ms. Taylor.
Our fourth sub-item is state assessed property presented by Ms. Cruz.
Good afternoon, Chair Cohen and honorable members. My name is Michelle Cruz. I'm the manager in the State Assessed Property Division. Today, I will provide information on the status of the ongoing work in our division. First, I'll start off with audits. All property tax audits have been completed. Audit staff have been flexible while working with state assessees in obtaining information for our audits, as many assessees face limitations on accessing documents in their respective offices due to COVID-19 restrictions. The majority of audits have completed the review process, and several audits will come before the board in February for the board's consideration. Second is our annual capitalization rate study. Staff are working diligently on compiling data for this year's annual capitalization rate study. Appraisers with knowledge and experience in each of our industry groups are working together to obtain current market data, which is used in the study. While it is still early in the data gathering portion of the process, staff have already received input from some state assessees. We will continue to make ourselves available to any assessees that would like to share any data or thoughts on this year's study. That concludes my report on the status of our division's ongoing work for this month. I am available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Cruz. Colleagues, do we have any questions for Ms. Cruz? No? Okay. Ms. Taylor?
Thank you. The fifth sub-item, Welfare Exemption Process Improvement Project, will be presented by Ms. Keach.
Good afternoon, Chair Cohen and honorable members of the board. My name is Lauren Keach, and I'm the manager of the Welfare Exemption section of the Property Tax Department. Today, I will provide you with an update on the Welfare Exemption Supplemental Clearance Certificate Process Improvement Project. Our goal for the project is to streamline the SCC process for claimants seeking to exempt low-income rental housing from property taxation. We have identified opportunities for improvement and ways to increase efficiency when processing SCC claims. Since the last board meeting, staff has completed our examination of the application process. Staff analyzed and revised the checklist and claim form, which was submitted for internal review and was approved. During this examination, staff considered the common reasons for an incomplete claim that can delay processing, which are frequently discussed with the claimants. And these discussions with taxpayers on these items has provided insight on necessary clarifications to include in the form revisions. So the outcome of these revisions make it less cumbersome for claimants to navigate the SCC claim form and make the claim form more user-friendly, which accomplishes our goal of providing a more clear and concise application process. We have now posted the updated claim form to our website for claimants to utilize, and this completes the third and final phase of the application process of our project. We will continue to keep record of common reasons involved in incomplete claims following the newly implemented form revisions and make necessary adjustments to ensure the success of this component of the project. We have now moved on to phase 1 of the claims process of our project, which is to review each step in reviewing claims that is required in order to grant an SCC. In our internal analysis, we will look for ways to simplify, improve, and modernize each step in the SCC claims process. And as we move forward with this project, we will continue to provide updates and information regarding our progress and improvements to allow for visibility into the process and ensure that the board members are kept informed. Members, this concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions.
Colleagues, any questions for Ms. Keach?
Just one quick one, Madam Chair.
Mr. Vasquez.
Yes. Ms. Keats, you know, I was in the whole process that you've gone through, especially with these applications, I was just wondering, how did you determine where were some of the areas that needed to be improved?
Well, as I mentioned, we did consider the common reasons for an incomplete claim. We are frequently discussing the issues that we come across with taxpayers, so that did provide a great amount of insight into some necessary revisions to make. So we keep a log of all these incomplete claims and the inquiries from taxpayers, and we considered that in our review of this process. So
And currently, do we have like a, I guess a section that would be like for questions and answers kind of section in this process that you're putting together?
As part of this process?
Yes. Yes.
I'll have to get back to you on that. I'm not sure that that is a component in this process, but it's definitely something we can consider. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other questions? All right, seeing none, Ms. Keach, thank you. Ms. Taylor? Ms. Taylor, is there any public comment on these reports?
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there is anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter.
Okay, if you'd like to make public comment, please press 1, then 0 at this time. 1, 0. And we have no one in queue at this time.
All right, thank you. Well, Ms. Taylor, if there's no further discussion, could we please call the next item?
Certainly. The next item is K4A, Legislative Research and Statistic Division Chief's Report, Update on Legislative Issues. Update on the administrative and program-related legislative bills impacting the BOE. This item will be presented by Mr. Weatherby.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Good afternoon. Again, board members, Dustin Weatherby, Chief of the Legislative Research and Statistics Division. So the legislature reconvened for the final year of the 2021-2022 legislative session on January 3rd, and currently are working through 2-year bills remaining in their House of Origin. Both legislative appropriations committees conducted their suspense file hearings on Thursday in time for Friday's fiscal committee deadline. Any 2-year bills that were keyed fiscal and were not sent to the floor in their respective House of Origin are no longer in consideration for the legislative session. The next big legislative deadline is next Monday's House of Origin deadline for 2-year bills. The House of Origin deadline means any legislation that is still pending in its House of Origin must be passed to the second House to still be considered for the legislative year. Any bills that fail to leave their House of Origin will no longer be considered this year. Attached to the PAN is a summary of legislation affecting the Board of Equalization. To date, no major legislation affecting the BOE or its programs have been introduced or amended. The legislature has until February 18th to introduce any legislation, and I will continue to monitor the legislature for any new introductions or amendments that affect the BOE or its programs. This will conclude my presentation on this item, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Let's see if there's any questions. I see Mr. Vasquez, he's got his hand up.
Just a real quick one. Were you going to get into AB 1206, or should I ask a question about it now?
You asked the question now.
Okay. What I guess are you able to first of all provide like a brief overview of AB 1206 for the members, especially as it pertains to the whole property taxation piece on affordable housing? And I had a couple comments on that.
Yeah, so AB 1206 has to do with the welfare exemption for community land trust. So currently what that bill is trying to do is, under statute, many low-income housing providers receive the property tax exemption if their tenants within units make up to 140% of the area's median income adjusted for the respective household size of the unit. Under current statute, it's interpreted that community land trusts don't have that up to the 140% adjusted median income threshold. And so this bill would also allow community land trusts to be under that same income level for purposes of receiving the welfare exemption.
Okay.
And just for the members and yourself, first of all, thank you. And I just wanted to state for the record that I am very supportive of the provision in this bill, because I think it really, if we follow it to the letter of the law that they're presenting here, it'll hopefully protect some of these low-income folks that are in these low-income housing projects that are being built. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Colleagues, any other questions for Mr. Weathersby? All right, seeing none, thank you for your presentation, Dustin.
Yes, AT&T moderator, would you let us know if there is anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment on this matter?
Okay, once again, if you'd like to make public comment, please press 1, then 0. 1, 0. And we have no one in queue at this time.
Thank you. The next item is K4C1, Legislative Research and Statistic Division Chief's Report, Agency's 2022 Legislative Proposals, Alcoholic Beverage Tax to amend Section 32471.5 of the Revenue and Taxation Code. Amend to extend the sunset date for the offer and compromise for open and active businesses for 5 years. This matter will be presented by Mr. Weatherby.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. So attached to the public agenda notice, I have provided the board with one legislative proposal and its respective analysis for consideration by the board for inclusion in the BOE's 2022 legislative package. If approved by the board, I will work with the legislature to move the sponsored proposal through the legislative process. So this particular proposal would amend Revenue and Taxation Code Section 32471.5 relating to the alcoholic beverage tax program and the offers and compromise program. Specifically, this proposal extends the expiring January 1st, 2023 sunset for offers and compromise for open and active businesses for an additional 5 years until January 1st, 2028, and raises the threshold for which the executive director and chief counsel can compromise reduction of tax liabilities from $7,500 to $10,000. This proposal continues a program that taxpayers can utilize while aligning our program with other tax programs for ease of administration and efficiency. The board has sponsored legislative bills in the past to continue to extend the program for assisting taxpayers, and this proposal will continue the board's previous work in this space. This proposal would result in only minuscule fiscal impacts to the state for any tax liabilities that have been compromised. This will conclude my presentation on this legislative proposal, and I'm available to answer any questions.
You're muted there, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I saw Mr. Schaefer's hand first, and then we'll go to Mr. Vasquez and then Mr. Gain.
Mr. Weatherby, I noticed we raised the area of compromise from 7,500 to 10,000. Was that arrived at through the passage of time and inflation, making the amounts, or is it arrived at just because it's been a long time, like 5 or 10 years? Why isn't it from 7,500 to say 15,000? I have a lot of faith in the wisdom of those that are working for us, and it's always subject to review.
Thank you, Vice Chair Schaefer, for that question. So the thresholds that are current in statute were added in 2002 and have not been updated since the offer and compromise program was enacted then. So currently that $7,500 to $10,000 threshold is kind of this middle, a third lane per se, to where if there's a reduction that falls within that, the board would have to then delegate the authority to the ED and chief counsel to compromise that tax liability, whereas this change would essentially get rid of that middle lane and just authorize the ED and the chief counsel to reduce the tax liability below $10,000, and anything in excess of that $10,000 threshold would be under the board's purview.
I want to go on record that whatever larger amount you come up with, I would support it.
Mr. Vasquez, I think you were next, and then we'll go to Mr. Gaines.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the report, Mr. Weatherby. And I just want to express my support for the suggested proposal because I believe it's consistent with the offer of the compromise program. So you have my vote and support.
Great. Mr. Gaines.
Yeah, thank you. I just, it sounds like we're doing this as a result of the passage of time, inflation, and efficiency. Is that the purpose?
Well, the sunset date was expiring, so it's going to expire in January. So we're coming back through to do the 5-year sunset extension. A lot of the other tax and fee programs are also raising their threshold to that $10,000 limit to allow whichever agency staff to be able to compromise that liability. So this is just going to kind of move the alcoholic beverage tax program into kind of a conformity with some of the other tax and fee programs. So they wouldn't have a separate administration of just this one tax program.
Okay, all right. So that speaks to me in terms of just operating in a more efficient manner. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That would be correct.
Yeah, great. All right.
Rather than having those 3 lanes, it would just be a 1-lane decision, and then whichever path it goes down, that's where the compromise would go.
That's great. Yeah, I support that. Thank you.
Thank you, board member.
Are there any other questions? All right, I appreciate your presentation. I think it's actually something that I'm also interested in supporting. So appreciate that, Mr. Weathersby. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Ms. Taylor?
I'm
sorry, it looks like Yvette Stour has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have a question. Maybe I spoke too soon. Maybe you were going to get public comment and then, because this is an action item.
It is an action item.
Okay. Yeah, but I spoke too soon.
Okay, Ms. Taylor, let's go ahead and take public comment on this item, and then we'll do the motion and everything after.
Certainly. AT&T moderator, would you please let us know if there is anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to make public comment, please press 1, then 0. 1, 0. And currently we have no one in queue.
All right, thank you. Ms. Stowers, I'll put it back to you.
Move to sponsor the proposed legislation.
All right, is there a second? Second by Mr. Vasquez. Let's take a vote.
The motion on the floor is to approve the sponsoring of the proposed legislation. Chair Cohen.
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer.
Aye.
Member Gaines.
Aye.
Member Vasquez.
Aye.
Deputy Controller Stowers.
Aye.
The motion passes.
All right, thank you. Ms. Taylor.
The next item is K5, Taxpayers' Rights Advocate Office Report, an update on the activities of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office. This matter will be presented by Ms. Thompson.
Good afternoon, Chair Cohen and honorable board members. I am Lisa Thompson, Chief of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, and I'm here to provide you with an update on the activities of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office and projects to keep you informed. I am pleased to share with you some statistics on the number of cases that were completed by the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office last month and provide some insight on the types of those cases. In December 2021, we completed 29 cases. 7 were in Board Member Gaines's district, 9 were in Board Member Cohen's district, 5 were in Board Member Vasquez's district, and 8 were in Board Member Schaefer's district. Of the 29 cases that were completed, 8 were in the administrative category and 21 were in the valuation category. The administrative category includes topics such as creating and mailing of tax bills, refunds, penalty cancellations, defaulted taxes, access to data, special assessments, or direct levies on the property tax bill. The valuation category includes topics such as change in ownership, declines in value, appraisal methodology, exclusions, exemptions, new constructions, enrollment of values, general property taxation, and assessment appeals. With respect to the administrative category, 3 cases involved delinquent or defaulted taxes, 2 involved penalties, 2 involved special assessments, and 1 in the general tax category. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office assisted these taxpayers by providing information about property tax due dates versus delinquency dates and the availability of payment plans with the tax collector's office, as well as on special assessment charges billed on the property tax bill. Additionally, for the general tax payment category, we help the taxpayer understand what a county tax collector issues to a taxpayer upon request to support that there is not an outstanding tax liability on a mobile home before they sell that mobile home, and that is different from a mobile home certificate evidencing ownership. With respect to the valuation category, and it's 19 cases in total, 5 pertain to change in ownership, 2 pertained to decline in values. 7 cases addressed exclusions from reassessments, of which pertain to the base year value transfer exclusion for persons age 55 and over. 2 cases pertain to the parent-child exclusion. 1 case involved the disabled veterans exemption. 2 pertain to actual enrollment of values, and 2 cases pertain to general property taxation. With respect to the change in ownership cases, 1 pertained to a supplemental assessment, 1 for a reassessment beyond the purchase price, and 2 involved legal entities, and 1 pertained to a change in a method of holding title with proportionate interest. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office provided information and explained the provisions of property tax law requiring reassessment for property upon a change in ownership or new construction, and helped the taxpayers understand that an assessor must reassess property at its market value as of the date of change in ownership. And that also the purchase price may not represent market value. In the cases of legal entities, we were able to work with the assessor's office to enable the original base year value to be restored on the property after a recorded rescission deed were processed by the assessor's office, and we helped the taxpayer understand that the removal of one partner from a partnership causes the property to be subject to reassessment because a change in control under Revenue and Taxation Code Section 64C occurs. Additionally, for the case where property was transferred to a trust, we were able to work with the assessor's office to enable the taxpayer to have its reassessment reversed because a proportionate exclusion could be supported and 4 years of taxes were refunded. For the decline in value cases, the TRA office provided information on property taxation in California and the assessment of real property at the lower of factored base year value and market value. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office helped the taxpayers understand that the properties had been assessed under a decline in value status for many years, and the assessor's office enrolled increased assessed values for taxpayers in that area for 2021. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office explained their appeals rights and explained that they could contact the assessor's office to request an informal review of its value for its property. And there were 9 cases involving exclusions, of which 7 addressed the base year value transfer for exclusions for seniors aged 55 and over. The issues involved the base year value transfer cases varied among these taxpayers. However, 4 pertain to base year values in place prior to Proposition 19, and 3 pertained to that of Proposition 19. In 2 of the cases, the taxpayers had purchased their intended replacement property in a county that did not have an ordinance in place accepting base year value transfers from other counties. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office explained the requirements of the base year value transfer provisions of Proposition 60 and 90, implemented by Revenue and Taxation Code Section 69.5, which was in place prior to April 1st, 2021. Which was the effective date for the base year value transfer provisions of Prop 19. We helped the taxpayers understand that there were only 10 counties in the state allowing inter-county transfers, those from other counties that were under Section 69.5. In 2 of the cases, they concerned base year value transfer provisions under Proposition 60 within the same county. And in 1 case, the taxpayer was unable to buy a replacement home within the 2-year time frame required to complete the transfer due to COVID-19. The TRA office explained the requirements of the base year value transfer provisions of Prop 60 and 90, as well as the requirements for Proposition 19. And our office helped the taxpayers understand that neither our agency or county assessors have the authority to extend that 2-year deadline, and that it was constitutionally as well as statutorily provided. We referred them to those constitutional and statutory provisions that required the purchase of the replacement be within 2 years and indicated that a constitutional amendment would be required to change that 2-year period. 3 of the cases concerned base year value transfers under Proposition 19. In 2 of those cases, the taxpayers were concerned about not qualifying for a base year value transfer because original home wasn't receiving the homeowner's exemption, even though their primary it was their primary residence. And in 1 of the cases, the taxpayer was concerned because the tax bill that they needed to pay by December 10th was higher than expected because the assessor's office had not yet approved the taxpayer's base year value request. And in this case, the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office explained to the taxpayers the general requirements for base year value transfer, and that the property must be eligible for the homeowner's exemption, and that the base year value isn't automatic, and that an assessor's office must first process that claim and approve the application before it is granted. Additionally, we explained that the 2021 property tax bill represents the property's assessed value as of the January 1, 2021 lien date, which was that of the prior owners, which doesn't change. We explained that once an assessor's office approves the base year value transfer, then a negative supplemental assessment would be issued for the difference between the amount of the assessment on the roll, that would be what was billed on the property tax bill, and the amount that the assessor determined to be the new taxable value of the replacement property, considering the taxable value of that with the factor of base year value transfer and any excess market value. With respect to the last 2 cases involving exclusions, they involved the parent-child transfer. 1 case involved a taxpayer being reassessed after they sold the property to a private party. The taxpayer had received an unsecured tax bill after they sold that property that they had inherited after their mother had died, and they didn't realize they should have filed a change in ownership statement reporting the death of that real property owner, and they didn't realize they needed to file a parent-child claim form. Fortunately, the supplemental assessment notice was recently issued, so we helped the taxpayer understand that they could still file the parent-child exclusion claim since it was within 6 months of that notice. We coordinated with the assessor's office since there was a financial burden to the taxpayer, and the claim was approved with the reassessment quickly reversed and the unsecured tax bill canceled. The other parent-child exclusion claim involved inheritance of a rental property when the taxpayer's mother had passed away. The taxpayer was worried that they would be taxed on the market value of that property due to the passage of Proposition 19. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office reviewed the information and helped the taxpayer understand that the date of death was the date of change in ownership rather than the date of distribution. So because the mother had passed away in late 2020, the intergenerational provisions of Proposition 19 were not yet in effect for the parent-child exclusion, even though it was a rental property. So the taxpayer was relieved, and then they filed the correct claim form. So they'll be able to qualify for that parent-child exclusion. The TRA office completed work on 1 exemption case, which pertained to the disabled veterans exemption. The Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office provided information on the disabled veterans exemption and explained how the assessor had properly applied the disabled veterans exemption to the taxpayer's supplemental assessment and then following year's assessment. The remaining 4 cases involved enrollment of values and general property taxation. With respect to the cases involving enrollment of values, in 1 case, a taxpayer disputed receipt of a tax bill of selling a vessel, boat, which the organization thought was not in the Bay Area as of the January 1st, 2021 lien date, and the other disputed a tax bill for a mining claim. In both cases, we coordinated with the assessor's office to resolve the issues, And the TRA office was able to help locate information from the Bureau of Land Management on the mining claim to support cancellation of the assessment and resulting tax bill. With respect to the two cases involving general property taxation, one taxpayer had concerns about an escape assessment that had been made pertaining to a change in ownership event that had occurred 15 years earlier. And the other was concerned that he was being taxed for a possessory interest on a home purchased on Indian tribal land. For the case involving the escape assessment, we helped the taxpayer understand that a change in ownership had been missed by the assessor's office and that the law permitted the assessor's office to correct a base year value, but limits the enrollment of escapes to the most recent 4 years assessments. For the home that was purchased on an Indian reservation, we helped the taxpayer to understand he could provide a copy of his certificate of membership to the tribe along with evidence of real property ownership on the leased land to avoid the possessory interest assessment. The next item that I would like to report on to keep the members informed is on the progress that was made regarding taxpayer education and the consensus of the top 5 topics in need of taxpayer education. As I mentioned at last month's board meeting, at the August 2021 board meeting, board member Cohen inquired about taxpayer education, followed by other board member discussion and the value to taxpayers. I explained that in 2022, part of our plan for taxpayer education was to work in collaboration with the California Assessors Association to identify the top 5 issues or topics in need of taxpayer education, then develop material addressing those topics. The past president of the California Assessors Association, the Honorable San Diego County Assessor Ernie Dronenberg, and I coordinated on these topics. And he forwarded my correspondence with him on the topics in need of taxpayer education to the current CAA president and the Honorable Leslie Morgan, who is the Shasta County Assessor. I spoke with President Morgan, and she is in agreement that the topics our office identified were the most pressing issues where taxpayer education was needed. We solicited the assessors on what they thought were the top 5 topics that could benefit from taxpayer education. Our office identified 5 plus 1 more that we felt were in need of taxpayer education. And from the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office perspective, our thoughts on needed taxpayer education were as follows. Intergenerational transfers under Proposition 19 between parents and children. Intergenerational transfers under Proposition 19 between grandparents and grandchildren. Base year value transfers under Proposition 19, persons age 55 and over. Base year value transfers under Proposition 19, disabled persons. And property tax welfare exemption for nonprofit organizations. And the last would be change in ownership reporting requirements when a real property owner dies. As the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office publishes these information sheets on the various topics in 2022, we will coordinate with the CAA president so she can notify assessors of the availability of the material that she can share, that they each can share with taxpayers in their counties. At future board meetings, I will provide further updates to keep you informed. The last item that I would like to update you on is progress for the TRA annual report for fiscal year 2021. That has been submitted to the forms and publication section, and we anticipate the publication being ready for the February board meeting. This includes my update on the activities of the TRA office. I'm available to answer any questions.
Collins, are there any questions? Vice Chair Schaefer.
Ms. Thompson, it's good news that your annual report will be out, it looks like a little earlier this year, and I look forward to seeing it. It's always a quality product. I'll tell you, what is it that 48 counties do not have and 10 counties do have? The thing you were telling us that 10 counties have it and 48 don't. Well, you just said 10 have it, and I should have listened to it, maybe not 48 don't.
So, so previously, okay, so for base year value transfers, until Proposition 19, so one of the provisions with Proposition 19 made it so all 58 California counties accept base year value transfers. So you can transfer it, your base year value from any house that you have to another state.
I was thinking we should, maybe the board send a communication to the 48 the counties that didn't have it, but it seems like this has already been solved.
Thank you for that. So, oh, sorry. So thank you for that. So let me just maybe clarify a little bit more. So until Proposition 19 passed, Proposition 60 and 90, which were the prior base year value provisions that were actually codified by Revenue and Taxation Code Section 69.5, what it allowed is it allowed transfer. It allowed a persons age 55 and over to transfer their base year value from a property to another once in a lifetime. That was what was prior law, and it could be within the county. So within your own county, you could do that. But if a base year value transfer was to be accepted in another county, that the law required that that county adopt an ordinance. So the County Board of Supervisors would have had to adopt an ordinance accepting base year value counties from transfers from another county. And in that case, there were only 10 in the state.
So
we've
now remedied so that all 58 counties you can do a transfer.
Yes, absolutely. That's one of the benefits of Proposition 19, that it changed. So now it's permitted to any of the 58 counties. So
the other concern I have is you said there were 9 cases that you assisted with in District 4. Can I assume these 9 people are happy, or is there something I can do as their representative to keep some change or do my job?
yeah, so so yeah, all taxpayers that come to our office, you know, we assist them in helping them understand and resolve their problems. So yes, that is part of our job. So in one way or another, we do resolve their situation and help them understand it. It may not result in them receiving, say, a reduction in assessed value, but it helps them understand why they were treated fairly according to property tax law to have, you know, independence of voice.
Do the assessors in District 4 that you work with, you're not duplicating your services, you're both assisting them, or you don't really know whether they've had contact with the assessor or not?
No, we're the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office is not duplicative of what an assessor's office does, nor is it duplicative of any of the functions that our other, you know, departments within our agency, such as the Property Tax Department is. But we help them resolve situations. We help taxpayers with problems that they have with the assessment or collection of property taxes on their property. So that's what we do, and it could vary. You know, oftentimes they just want a second opinion to, you know, so they can understand why they were. Why an action was done by a particular assessor's office for them, and that. So we try to facilitate.
Some assessors have a more extensive taxpayer outreach than other assessors. So you're there that in any county, taxpayer can go to your office.
Absolutely any taxpayer can do that, but I can't address how an assessor's office has outreach, but I am aware that all county assessor's office do definitely, you know, have customer service and value their constituents and helping them, of course. But we help them if they have a problem that, you know, that they're seeking. So thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Well, good. Thank you for the good job you did.
Senator Gaines.
Yeah, thank you. It looks like these top 6 priorities are all Prop 19 in terms of our, you know, taxpayer issues.
Well, for 4 of them are, and one of the 4 definitely, plus the 6th item that actually we identified. I tie it into this, and it's change in ownership reporting requirements when a real property owner dies, and we have seen this in the past where people just aren't aware that when a real property owner dies, say your parent passes away, of their reporting obligations and the importance that they notify the assessor that this happens. And, so we've seen this in the past, and then we think it is particularly important now to know it more timely. Now that in order to receive a parent-child transfer exclusion under Proposition 19, the child has to move into the house. And so, we think that's important. So they have to know. So yes. If you don't know, I mean, it's a very distressing time when you have a parent pass, and not everybody knows that they're supposed to tell the assessor's office or record an affidavit of death. That's not maybe a priority. Maybe they don't have attorneys to help them navigate the process, or they can't afford it. And so we feel that if we kind of have more information out there where a child might know, oh, this is what I need to do, then they'll report this change in ownership statement, which will lead them to a question, because on the change in ownership statement, one of the things are indicated, well, if the transfer was to a child, then you'll need to file the parent-child claim form to be excluded. So that's an indication. So I think that's kind of particularly important for taxpayers. So that's why we tied it in. So it's not directly related to it, but it definitely ties in. So yeah. So 4 and 5 is the 5th one is definitely has some correlation to it. But we just think it's important for a lot of things, because it might result in reassessment at the time, and it might result in them moving in and taking advantage of the parent-child transfer exclusion.
Sure. Yeah, so thank you. And I don't think it's an issue that really ever goes away, because I think the estimates are that 60 to 80,000 properties change hands as a result of death a year in the state of California. Mm-hmm. So because of the passage of Prop 19, I think it's incumbent on all of us and the BOE that we continue that communication so that people understand this. And I think, Lisa, you brought up this great example with this case on the change of ownership between parent and child, and it fell within that 6-month time frame, so they were okay. My fear is that people are not going to be aware of this, and we as a board have to make sure that we push out this information so that our constituents are aware of the changes that have occurred as a result of Prop 19, and it has to be a consistent message. So that's something I want to work on in my own district, but I think we as a board ought to be looking at how can we elevate our ability to communicate what are very important issues that can make a big difference in the lives of our constituents in terms of the amount of taxes they're going to pay on their homes. So thanks for your presentation. I always love to hear the different examples that you're presenting in all of our districts, and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Colleagues, anyone else? Any other questions? Let me see. I see Mr. Vasquez's hand.
Yes, real quick. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Thompson, for the report. And I was just glad to hear about the joint effort with the CAA to determine the top 5 topics needed for the taxpayer education in 2022. And I look forward to hearing some of the results when they are available. But getting back to your report, when you were talking about especially grandparents or just parents passing on and they're doing this transition of the Prop 19, what happens if somebody like a grandparent or even the parents have income property listed as a corporation and the kids are listed under that corporation? Is that considered a change of ownership?
It is a change. It depends on the change in ownership. So first of all, if property is owned by a legal entity, That's not something that's generally eligible for the parent-child transfer. I mean, you used to have this whole thing. It's typically an LLC is an owner of a primary residence, so you have that situation now. I mean, it's generally for a business, but it depends. So, like, if you have a change for change in ownership purposes, there's the general requirement is, you know, if you have a property transfer, so a property actually transfers. But in the case where like a decedent, a parent, owned a limited liability company or a corporation, it depends what kind of ownership. So let's say a person, a dad, owns an LLC and it's 100%, it's wholly owned. So he's the only one that owns 100% of the membership interest in it. And then that LLC, in his will or his, trust, whatever it is, his decedent, say his 3 children are given each 33 1/3% interest in that corporation. That is not a change in ownership, because for a legal entity, so the property is still owned by the LLC, so there's no change there, and a change in control of that limited liability doesn't happen. Company doesn't happen, because each person only has 1/3. But let's just say that that parent only has 1 child, or they choose to give it to 1 child. And if one person obtains more than 50% interest, then that causes a change of control under Revenue and Taxation Code Section 64C, which will result in all of that property that's owned by the LLC and being subject to reassessment. So it depends, but it can, absolutely.
Interesting. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Mr. Gaines, I wanted to go back to one of the points that you made. Ms. Thompson, I thought Mr. Gaines made an interesting point that I wanted just to quickly revisit. It has to go with identifying the topics and identifying the issues, the topics of priorities. I don't know, Ms. Thompson, maybe we send our suggestions to you, but I want to remind some of the board members that identifying the topic issues for education and outreach resulted in a board request. And Ms. Thompson, we appreciate your response to that board request. Actually, I think you did an excellent job. It was very thorough, your response. But Senator Gaines, in his remark, made an excellent point about the priorities that are identified. And the Executive Director Fleming is there listening. Okay. And I was wondering if, Ms. Fleming, I was wondering if we could, or if we should, allow board members to provide feedback on the priority items identified and offer additional suggestions based on what we are also hearing from our constituents, based on the feedback that Ms. Thompson is hearing from constituents. And by doing so, we allow for a more comprehensive review. I think Ms. Fleming is frozen. Okay, so Ms. Thompson, just wanted to see if there was a way that we can work on where those priorities, how they're coming to you and what they are, just so we can weigh in.
Well, I think that you could certainly in each of the board members, if they have some constituents that they have worked with directly, because of course your office sometimes refers taxpayers to us to assist them, so they would know those taxpayers and what their issues were. But certainly each of your member districts would have helped, could also help taxpayers without referring them to our office. If you'd like to email me directly and just copy board member, copy Executive Director Fleming on that email, that would be fine to hear your thoughts, and we're definitely interested, in those areas, but and look into developing them. So absolutely.
Okay. All right. Perfect. I appreciate that. Thank you. I have no other. Oh, Mr. Vasquez.
I'm sorry, that was an old hand. I'm sorry.
Okay, old hand, no problem. All right. Well, thank you, Ms. Taylor.
Yes, would we like to call for public comment?
I would. Thank you.
AT&T moderator, Please let us know if there is anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter.
Certainly, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to make a comment, please press 1 followed by 0 on your touch-tone phone. 1 followed by 0. And Madam Chair, we have no one in queue. Please continue.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. Ms. Taylor, is there a motion for this item?
No, there is not.
No motion. Okay, thank you. Let's call the next one.
The next item is L1A, Property Tax Abatement Board Work Group Update. The board will receive an update on the strategy and proposed plan to convene the Property Tax Abatement Board Work Group and provide any suggestions and/or recommendations regarding the proposed plan. This matter will be presented by Chair Cohen.
Yes, thank you very much. Just give me a second, colleagues. Let me pull up my notes on this one. This is a pretty extensive conversation I want to have. All right, thank you very much. I appreciate just a few minutes of your time. So board members, what I'd like to do at this time is I want to present the first item, the L item, as you heard, L1A, the Property Tax Abatement Work Group Update. It's my goal this afternoon to provide you an update on the strategy and the proposed plan to convene the Property Tax Abatement Work Group. I will highlight the work group's preliminary review of some of the challenges and opportunities to consider when proposing property tax abatement policies to spur affordable housing, and particularly to address the housing needs of the low income and what we also call the middle income, the missing middle. I want to begin by reiterating that the governor and the legislature are committed to building 3.5 million homes by 2025. And to address this unprecedented housing crisis, this amounts to building 500,000 units of housing per year, which is actually approximately 420,000 more units than is currently being built on an average across the state of California. So it's a pretty ambitious and audacious goal. And as the Board of Equalization, I believe we are in a unique position to continue the discussions we initiated in 2019 to explore what contributions we are positioned to make in the property tax space, specifically to spur affordable housing development. I want to spend a couple minutes to talk a little bit about jurisdiction and background. So for purposes of placing this discussion in context, it's important for me to take a few foundational statements before I provide the work group update. First, as a body, we have often asked and been asked the question about what's within our jurisdiction. Of course, we are all extremely cautious to respect the role of the governor and the legislature in developing and passing laws for the benefit of California residents. However, as constitutional officers with the administrative responsibilities associated with the complex $80 billion property tax system that we are available to convene, we are available to convene discussions similar to what we started in 2019. So if you recall, in November of 2019, the board meeting, we were given a background memorandum that consisted of a property tax exemption review for affordable housing. And at that time, we also agreed to review testimony to review property tax exemptions in order to spur the development of affordable housing. In December 2019, in the December 2019 and the January 2020 and the February 2020 board meetings, we received testimony from housing experts and various stakeholders. Our presenters included, I'm going to give you a record of who presented to us: Mayor Steinberg, who is the mayor of Sacramento; Marina Wyant, who is the Vice President of Government Affairs, California Housing Consortium; Francis Marti, Director of Legislation, also from the California Housing Finance Agency, and Richard Lyon, who is the senior consultant at California Build Industry Association. This testimony was summarized in the July 2021 memorandum sent to board members. Excuse me. At the July 2021 board meeting, this body voted to sponsor necessary legislative proposals or support legislation that would make the welfare exemption more available to new models of low-income housing developments, and to establish a property tax abatement work group to spur the development of affordable housing. Now, since that time, the work group has engaged in outreach to housing development experts and stakeholders and organizations that represent residents as well as home buyers. Today, I'd like to spend a little bit of time highlighting what we learned and our proposed path forward. Historically, some jurisdictions have property tax abatements to incentivize development. Whether it is foregoing or an exempting a tax indefinitely for a designated period of time, or incrementally phasing in a tax, such as what has been taken to stimulate the development on vacant lots, encourage housing development, and address housing needs, and spur economic development in general. With the Board of Equalization, the agency has traditionally considered property tax abatement to address penalties, to address interest related to the failure or to pay for late property tax payments. This work group will consider property tax abatements from the lens of incentivizing development, expanding the resource available to government when addressing an unprecedented affordable housing crisis. The work group envisions receiving testimony from the following stakeholders representing government agencies, housing experts, developers, and housing advocates. And this is just to name a few. This is not a comprehensive list. We will examine many of the challenges and questions outlined in the background memo for this agenda item. As you can tell, the stakeholders have proposed very important questions to consider in exploring the use of property tax abatements to spur affordable housing. Now, to answer these questions, to make good faith effort to address the challenges, the work group is actually proposing a very robust agenda as outlined in my background memo that was sent to you. And it's my goal to convene the first work group meeting in April or in May, and to convene 3 work group meetings over a 2 to 3 month period. Once we complete the work group convenings, the work group will issue a white paper that summarizes our findings and provides potential policy recommendations. So in closing, I'd just like to say that I trust that this update is helpful in jogging your memory. This update is also reflects our initial efforts and intentions. We will continue to revise the strategy as we have further discussions with stakeholders. So nothing is set in stone. It is flexible and dynamic. I am also available to answer any questions you may have regarding the things that I have stated this afternoon. So I'm going to now pause and allow for members to ask questions that they may have, and I'll do my best to answer. Thank you. Let me see, are there any questions? Yvette Stowers, please.
Thank you. So you said possible work group meetings in April or May, and then an issue paper. The work group will follow the format that the meetings will be agendized on the PAN and most likely take place after the regular BOE meeting?
Correct.
Is that okay? Okay. So I want to make sure. Okay. I was just more concerned about the format. It's a work group, so that means that it's basically the board members' product and Correct. The board members
Staff
resources.
doing the work.
Staff. Yeah. Well, so I have to say, I can't complain.
Great.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, Ms. Towers. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for bringing us back up to speed and to update us here. I just wanted to, and moving forward, especially, I support this work group, but I think the memo should be modified a little bit. And my recommendation would be that we get into possible charter drafted that clarifies 2 key facts. And the first one would be that the work group will focus strictly on property tax related housing policy and studies, not specific housing projects, programs, or initiatives in members' districts. My intent was that the work group be public policy focused, while the members are project focused, so that we can utilize our limited resources most effectively from all angles and follow the recommendations in the ED's Affordable Housing Property Tax Relief White Paper that she presented. And then number 2, that the memo's list of challenges and scope on pages 2 and 4 should be limited only to items within the board's jurisdiction. And the title of the work group should also be changed to reflect that. As the ED's report says, our main authority is over property tax exemptions and property value assessment reductions. We don't have jurisdiction over development fees, cost, or abatements, or new home buyer incentives. So I would just kind of caution ourselves on that a little bit and narrow it so the work group is focused a bit to ensure that it isn't out of our wheelhouse, basically. And I'd like to do so by clarifying this through the title so that the focus is property tax relief, abatement, and exemptions for affordable housing.
Well, Mr. Vasquez, I think we are on the same page. The work group is focused on policies, and respectfully, the issues captured reflect that what we heard from stakeholders. They don't reflect my personal desires. They reflect what we heard from the stakeholders, which was, we engaged them in a fully transparent process.
But we obviously didn't have all the stakeholders present, right? Because
which ones were not there?
Well, for example, there was nobody that was no examples or models, for example, from LA County. Or for that matter, even San Diego County.
It was a fact finding. It's a fact finding process.
I get you, but I'm just telling you, you make it sound like we heard from all the stakeholders. We haven't.
No, I'm not making it. I specifically said that it was not an exhausted list. I said that in my remarks. We haven't heard from everyone. I acknowledge that, but it's a fact-finding process, and we will set an agenda. It will be publicly noticed, and if you feel like anyone wasn't at the table or should be at the table, then you can invite them to join us.
I plan to.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. So I appreciate the time that you've given me. Does anyone else have any other questions, Mr. Gaines?
I do.
Is that your hand I see up?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, I think just based on the comments, I think this is a great opportunity to make sure that we have everybody at the table, and we've got a couple of months to figure that out. So yeah. I think what you're proceeding with is productive, and if we can provide relief to folks who are in need of housing, that is wonderful. And I was just wondering if you could maybe, can you provide a little more clarity in terms of the types? I'm not asking for specific projects, but what type of projects would qualify for a tax abatement?
That's a good question. I don't think we got into that that level of detail, the types that qualify. I mean, this is really ground floor. We're just trying to establish the working group. It's not project based. It's not a project.
Right, right. But, well, that's just something I'll be looking for as the work group proceeds.
Okay.
Be helpful
Okay, great.
to be
And now
able
that I know that's what you're looking for, we will flag it as well for you.
Right, wonderful, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, are there any other questions? None? All right, Ms. Taylor.
Madam Chair, it looks like Vice Chair Schaefer has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Schaefer, Vice Chair, please.
I'm very supportive of what you're doing. I would like the next incarnation of this report to have a page number on the bottom of the pages so I can refer to page 3 or page 5 or something. And usually when I find that I've only got a handful of words on the last page, I adjust my copy a little bit so it's a page less.
Understood completely. That's easy. We can accommodate that.
Yeah,
Ms. Taylor, no problem. Ms. Taylor, let's go ahead and take public comment.
Thank you. AT&T moderator, please let us know if there is anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this item.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to make a public comment, please press 1, then 0 at this time. 1, 0. In one moment, we do have a couple that have queued up so far. We're gathering their names.
Okay, thank you.
Our first question or comment will come from the line of Eric Payne. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
Good afternoon. My name is Eric Payne. I'm a resident of Fresno, California. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to this agenda item. We recognize the housing crisis facing California is greater than anything we've seen in my lifetime. I've listened intently to your discussion this afternoon. I wanted to applaud the Board of Equalization and your executive team for leading on this issue. Our housing challenges in our neighborhoods and communities are real. The Central Valley Urban Institute, the organization in which I'm the executive director of, and our local partners look forward to participating in your property tax abatement work group process. Again, thank you.
Next, we'll go to the line of Michael Lane. Mr. Lane, please go ahead. Your line is open.
Good afternoon, Chair Cohen and members. Michael Lane with SPUR, a public policy think tank in the San Francisco Bay Area. We are in strong support of and grateful for your leadership in exploring tax abatement policies to help address our unprecedented housing crisis in California. We need policy levers and incentives at every level of government to produce the affordable housing we so desperately need. Thank you for convening the relevant stakeholders and experts in a work group that will bring forward effective proposals. We stand ready and willing to support and participate in this important initiative. Thank you.
And next, we'll go to the line of Richard Ayoub. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Richard Ayoub of Agilab Poly, Ayoub, Matarisi, and Broge, a law firm that practices exclusively in state and local taxes, and I've been doing property taxes for 40 years. Today, I'm appearing on behalf of the California Alliance of Taxpayer Advocates, and I'm commenting, limiting my comments to the jurisdiction of the board in this area. I wanted to express the opinion for myself and for CATA that we believe this is an appropriate area of involvement by the Board of Equalization. The board has already been in this area through Rule 140 and the welfare exemption requirements with respect to low-income housing. Government Code Section 15606 charges the board with prescribing rules and supplying advice, such as handbooks and the like, in all areas of property tax. So I think it's more than appropriate that the board weigh in here. As a consequence of all of that expertise, The board is intimately familiar with the issues of low-income housing, particularly in all the work and background on Rule 140. I've experienced personally inconsistent application of Rule 140, and the board's guidance has always been very helpful whenever we're dealing with those issues from county to county. The board's involvement in this process of any property tax abatement is crucial. The board has a handle on the fiscal issues through its annual reports of the assessments in each county. They know the effect that any exemption will have, and they're in the best position to help make the policy judgments that are necessary to the process. The board has the expertise, and we believe strongly that it needs to be applied here. Thank you.
And we have no further in queue at this time.
Great, great. Thank you very much. I appreciate that public comment. Colleagues, are there any discussion? Okay, so at this time, I'd like to make a motion to form a work group on this very specific item. Is there a second to this motion?
Just point of information, actually, or clarification, Madam Chair. I thought we already had the work group. What is this? Is this different?
Sorry. You're right. We do have the work group already. Sorry.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to use the work group to
This is what I
organize
have. I have.
coming up, right? Yeah.
So Chair Cohen, this is Brenda Fleming, Executive Director, if I may, ma'am, offer some assistance. So at the prior discussion on this item, there has been a board action and agreement to establish the work group on property tax abatement, as was stated. I think the action or motion for the board's consideration today is just to clarify the next steps as you're looking at sort of standing up or initiating the work group activities. So, for example, you consider, like as Ms. Cohen has suggested, the next meeting perhaps could be in the April-May timeframe, just some general guidance or agreement on it being adjacent to a regular board meeting, again, because we wanted these to be transparent, which means all members are involved in participating. And that's to the benefit of the process and including everyone. So from that perspective, Madam Chair, we could consider just, making a comment as a part of the motion that's adjacent to a regular board meeting, et cetera. So it really is just clarifying how you're going to organize and structure it as a board member work group. And then, so this way, the regular board, full board in this regular meeting is sort of endorsing this, establishing then the operations of the work group. The work group then does its actions and then comes back. So a little bit of just that protocol. So,
well,
Madam
let me interject here, actually, because I misspoke. There was an error in my notes, and I apologize for the confusion, because this is actually just an informational item only. So there is no action taken. I withdraw my my request for a motion. Thank you very much, Ms. Fleming, for coming in and trying to explain all that. Yeah, and again, there was an error that my team made that's in my notes, so I apologize for that. So this is only informational because we did get several questions, and so thank you. Now, let's call the next item, Ms. Taylor, please.
The next item is L1B, USC Partnership on BOE Branding Strategy. The board will receive an update on the proposed partnership with the USC Sol Price School of Public Policy to proactively implement a key component of Goal 4 agency-wide branding campaign of the board's strategic plan. This matter will be presented by Chair Cohen and Member Gaines.
Yeah, this is actually a fun topic, I think, of discussion. I know my team has enjoyed working with Senator Gaines' team and pulling this presentation together. So first, I want to open up with just a moment of gratitude, expressing how deeply touched I am by the leadership of the executive director and her team. Also, that goes to say with Senator Gaines' team, and also acknowledging that Melissa Vergara from my office they just really pulled together, and they've made made a fun project. So in making this partnership with the USC school the USC Sole Price School of Public Policy possible. And so when Board Member Vasquez led us in a strategic planning process in 2019, I recommended that we do an agency-wide branding campaign. And it's clear to most of us that we needed to intentionally amplify our focus. And as a result, there's a need for a branding campaign that was formalizing goal 4 of the strategic plan. Now, how many times have we gone places and people just don't know what the Board of Equalization does or its function? And then, it's somewhat, some levels of a branding campaign is also needed when meeting and educating taxpayers. You heard this when the TRA, Ms. Thompson, was making her presentation about people just not being knowledgeable about what they need to do in the death of a loved one when it relates to property. So it's clear that we need to intentionally amplify our focus. We need to continue to have conversations with constituents and other electeds and public in general that demonstrate the need to tell our story. But what's also important is that we are building awareness of our agency's new focus that will foster greater pride within our team members. It would also build upon awareness among taxpayers and the broader public about our government role, our services, and further amplify the Board of Equalization as a trusted source of property tax related information. And I think it's important to support this unique opportunity to collaborate with USC, specifically their Sacramento campus. And what we are proposing is what we would do is partner the university with our executive director and providing an extensive amount of research and data analysis that will begin to support the Board of Equalization. And this collaboration will provide a valuable contribution to our strategic plan priorities. It will expose workforce talent to our agency as a potential organization to pursue their future career goals. Also, over the years, USC Price School MPA capstone projects have provided support and identified solutions for various California state agencies, including the Governor's Office, California Transportation Agency, California Office of Small Business Advocate, the State Library, and the Department of Water Resources. The MPA program is based out of Sacramento and provides an excellent opportunity for students to gain hands-on experience in California state government, but also assists government agencies and the private sector in achieving business objectives. So at this time, I'd like to pivot and ask Senator Gaines to make comments, and then I'd like to ask the executive director to provide some of her insights about this project. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Cohen, and thank you for your leadership in this great partnership opportunity that we have with the USC Sole Price School of Public Policy. And as you had cited, they have been successful in helping out other state agencies. And so I really look forward to this opportunity in terms of working with them. And I'm excited the fact that we have Peter Kim, who is helping us with our communications. And I think this is a great opportunity for each of us as members of the BOE to work in concert with Peter and his efforts for communicating to our constituents throughout the state. And I have the same questions. I think all of us have the same question. What does the BOE do? And we get that over and over again. And what we do is very important, but people are not aware of it. So anything that we can do to try to elevate the BOE in the sense of educating our constituents so they understand what the BOE does, and then what we can do as electeds of districts in coordination with our communications director and our website, and integrating all these different opportunities of communication. So what services can we provide to our constituents? We want to make sure that we continue to be effective on updates on measures and legislation. Prop 19 is a perfect example of a role that we play that that continues year after year in terms of educating our constituents. District offices, I think, are important. Once we get past the pandemic where we can have a presence in our district that can help constituents. It's so critical, and we're all doing that now, but it'd be nice to have the presence of an office that constituents could come to. Sales tax education. We continue to get a lot of questions about the CDTFA. People still are not aware of BOE.2, what happened in terms of the changes in authority, and we need to figure out a way, how do we get that message out and just continue educating our constituents on the specific roles that we have, but also realize that we can play a role in helping our constituents get where they need to go. So maybe they're having an issue and they've called us because they know who we are, but maybe they need help with the DMV. And I think that's, again, a key role that we just help. We can be that personal touch with the interface between our constituents and government. Assessor education. Our constituents need to understand what the role of the assessors is and what our role is. And we have the unique opportunity with our taxpayer rights advocate, Lisa Thompson, who has been very effective. And how can we utilize her and her team more to help our constituents? I've already mentioned the website, but that's already been ramped up. I'm seeing great improvement on our website services. And then we just need to figure out how to integrate all of these things. And I'm very excited about working with the USC Sol Price School of Public Policy and what sort of great ideas that they can come up with that can help us be more effective as electeds to the BOE. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Colleagues, Vice Chair Schaefer.
Thank you. Ms. Cohen is one of the co-chairs of the branding strategy. I appreciate your leadership. I value university partnerships and believe this is a good project for the agency. I look forward to working with Senator Gaines, my colleague, Executive Director Fleming, and the USC Sol Price School of Public Policy on this project. I knew Mr. Price in San Diego, and he was a prominent lawyer and starting the Price Club, which was originally FedMart, and I think is merged today as Costco, and he's left a great legacy in the public interest. Thank you.
Ms. Fleming, hold on, Mr. Vasquez, and then Ms. Fleming.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Member Gaines, for placing this on the agenda. I think it's very timely because I'm planning to present a detailed overview and update on the strategic plan priorities, actions, and deliverables next month. And I will be able to include significant progress on this goal. It is my understanding that this is a separate from the agency's branding campaign, or is it one and the same? I'm not sure. I believe it is important to ensure that the California taxpayers, elected officials, business associations, and others are knowledgeable about the board and about our responsibility for property tax administration. We and the hundreds of taxpayers and assessors found out how important it is for people to reach the right agency and the board members during the past 18 months while handling this pandemic impact, deadlines, and implementation of Prop 19. The only question I would have, and it's more for the agency, is do we have the resources to start working on this now? And do we have to go out to bid for this?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Vasquez, for the question. In this case, this is something that, as from my office specifically, and I'll incorporate some of Mr. Kim's hours and time as our communications chief. We're supporting this board member strategic effort, which we agree. I fully agree that it's important for us to brand, and really what we mean by that is just making sure, as you've identified earlier, that the community, our stakeholders, really know who we are and what we do. And so that's really what we're talking about, so that on behalf of government functions and services, constituents, stakeholders, et cetera, just know to get to the right agency. So from that perspective, I think it's a good thing. And as it relates to the agency strategic plan, which is more on the governmental side, this really gives us an opportunity to integrate that and each leverage each side, because we're still one BOE. So it still gives us an opportunity to integrate all that is occurring. And the board members play a very important role, as has been mentioned, in helping to get information out to the constituents, taxpayers, and all the broad range of stakeholders. So we appreciate that. In this case, this is something that USC Sole Price Master's Program has done before with many other agencies, as is indicated in the material. Most do not need, because you're just talking about sort of a capstone working project, and it really falls more in a category of like temporary help for us. So there typically isn't an MOU or any kind of an interagency agreement because there's no cost exchange in it. So oftentimes what we're able to do for some work that I've done historically working with colleges and universities, you can often establish it. And I think we could, with the board's okay with this, we could just do it with a letter of agreement from my office that just says we look forward to working with you. But USC has done this in a number of other state agencies, so it's fairly common practice to have these kinds of arrangements. I think, as the board members brought the topic up in 2019, it just really complements what the agency had already started with their strategic plan. So I think it just adds some additional power to what we're trying to launch. So look forward to working with you.
That's great. Thank you. Just one more quick question for Ms. Fleming. Will the consultant prepare and submit to us a branding plan and the associated budget with it?
So that'll be a part of the working activities, but at a high level, the students who are coming from this program will do a couple of different things. First, spend some time with me, with the board members, and a range of other stakeholders, just to glean the information, right? To get perspectives, documentation, to get a sense of where we stand, kind of a baseline of where we stand in terms of our communication, and also what happens, and compare that with other agencies, et cetera, et cetera. The next step is then to do some research, to collect the information, do the analysis on the information, and then through a periodic updates, we'll provide a report. Member Vasquez will be providing a report back to the co-chairs on this one. We'll take a look at that, and then that material will be presented by the co-chairs to the full board. But yes, there will be ongoing reports, and then kind of their ultimately their recommendations as to what their findings are. So it really would be like, if we had a small project, for example, where some of those temporary help would be just kind of augmenting and collecting information for us. Again, reporting back to the board through the co-chairs with a recommendation. Since this is something about branding and I haven't seen the final work product yet, I can't speak at this moment as to if any costs are associated with it. But most of the costs should be absorbable in terms of we're communicating on our website, those kinds of brands, a lot of just the outreach material that we would prepare normally. So I don't anticipate any budget, needs for this, but I don't want to be premature to not, to not consider that as an option. But at this point, I'm not anticipating that.
No, thank you. I think this is a very positive step forward. I'm looking forward to seeing the details as it comes out. And wanted to thank once again the chair and the member for bringing this thing forward and for selecting my alma mater here, USC. Thanks.
All right, I think I see a hand from Ms. Stowers.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I do support this initiative, but I also want to point out, since 2019, the agency and you four elected officials have done a lot as far as getting BOE's name out there and what it does. And especially with the hiring of Peter Kim as the Chief Communication Director, the ongoing social media presence with Twitter, Facebook, and LinkedIn, our BOE Prop 19 webpage, the public policy hearings, the board member initiatives, and the board work groups. All of those stand and say something positive about BOE, the new BOE. So don't sell us short in saying that people don't know what we're doing or what we do, because we're doing a lot and you guys have done a lot, especially in this COVID environment. That's all.
All right. Well, thank you for that vote of confidence.
Well said.
Okay. Well, that's all that we have at this point. This is just an informational. Also, the scope of work and the proposal that the students will be proposing for us. I don't know what else to say. I guess that's it.
So, Madam Chair, I'm just hearing nods and seeing from everyone. So just for a board proceedings perspective, I would note this, members, unless you object, you have consensus on us to proceed. So don't need a vote. I think everybody's good with it, but just always have it formally stated for board proceedings records. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
do you think we should call for public comment?
Yes, I agree.
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there is anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter.
Okay, once again, if you'd like to make public comment, please press 1, then 0 at this time. 1, 0. And we have no one in queue at this time.
All right, thank you. All right, let's keep moving forward. Ms. Taylor, what else do you have on the agenda?
The next item is L3A, Board Work Group on Wine Industry and Wine Grower Excise Tax Data. Board will discuss and act on the Board Work Group's recommendation to direct the Executive Director to disclose taxpayer data related to the wine industry by zip code, excluding redacted information to preserve taxpayers' confidentiality in accordance with existing law. This matter will be presented by Chair Cohen and Vice Chair Schaefer.
Thank you. Let me get to my notes. Well, again, let me begin by thanking the Executive Director and her staff on working on an administrative solution and a pathway forward. From the start, this process, the preservation of taxpayer confidentiality has been essential to any administrative solution in this area. So kudos for you. Thank you. At our last meeting, in collaboration with the Vice Chair Schaefer and his staff, the board work group unanimously acted to recommend to the board that the board direct the executive director to disclose taxpayer data related to the wine industry by zip code, excluding redactions to preserve taxpayers' confidentiality, which of course is in accordance with the existing law. The administrative solution before the board accomplishes this goal, satisfying the needs of the wine industry to remain competitive on the global stage, and is worthy for the board to consider today. So what I'd like to do is I'm going to propose a motion for you guys to consider. We can discuss it, we can take public comment, but I'd like to make a motion that the board approve the work group recommendations that it directs the executive director to disclose taxpayer data related to the wine industry by zip code, that it's been redacted to preserve taxpayer confidentiality in accordance with the law. And again, we just about took action on this last month, but misstated a few things, which is why it's before us again. But we had good discussion, and I think we were all on the same page for this directive that I'm proposing for the executive director. Ms. Fleming, I don't know if there's anything that you wanted to add on this item.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. I think, just restating it, members, this is more just a parliamentary step to make sure that the work group is making their official recommendation to the full board in the regular meeting, and then giving me the direction which we are prepared to respond.
Thank you. All right, colleagues, are there any questions?
Chair, if you need a second for that, I'll be your second.
I do need a second for it, but first I want to hear from Vice Chair Schaefer, give him an opportunity to make some remarks.
Sure, go ahead.
Mr. Schaefer.
Well, I've seen your proposed motion, and I am fully in support of it, and I second it. So, I would want you to lay it out to the world, knowing that it's a winner.
Fantastic, thank you. All right, let's take public comment.
AT&T moderator, please let us know if there is anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter.
Okay, once again, if you'd like to make public comment, please press 1, then 0. 1, 0. And we have no one in queue at this time.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Vice Chair Schaefer, we as a team have enjoyed working with your team. Thank you. All right, so a motion has been made, Ms. Taylor. A motion has been seconded. Can we call the roll?
Certainly. The motion on the floor is the board will approve the work group recommendations regarding the executive director to disclose taxpayer data related to the wine industry by zip code, excluding redacted information to preserve taxpayers' confidentiality in accordance with existing law. Chair Cohen?
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer? Member Gaines?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Deputy Controller Stowers?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Great, thank you, colleagues. All right, Vice Chair Schaefer, you did it. Thank you. All right, let's Ms. Taylor, could you call the next item?
Yes. The next item is M1, Public Policy Hearings, discussion on the implementation of Proposition 19, the Home Protection for Seniors, Severely Disabled Families, and Victims of Wildfire or Natural Disasters Act of 2020. There are no staff reports or external speakers for this agenda item for this month's meeting. However, persons who wish to address the board on this topic as a public comment may do so.
All right, I just want to say something before we go quickly into closed session. So from the start, this work group was established to address the impacts of COVID-19 and provide guidance to local assessment appeals board. The health and safety of the taxpayers, of the AAB team and members remain our #1 priority in providing guidance, these guidance for remote hearings. And another significant priority is to ensure due process rights of all parties, making sure that they're preserved regardless of an in-person or a remote meeting. So I look forward to the presentation by the executive director. The report on the proposed LTA reflects the consensus of the work group. And we've reached consensus on many of the issues, but there are still a few unsettled differences that remain among the stakeholders. And today I'm confident that we'll make further progress in the work before us and provide an opportunity to further address some of the unresolved matters. And so with that being said, colleagues, before I proceed to the agenda, I just wanted to see if there are any opening remarks from any of the other members. And I don't know, Chair Vasquez, if there's anything that you'd like to say. If so, the floor is yours.
Actually, I'm good at moving this thing forward. And then okay. We'll take it up when we do the hearing, yes.
Okay, great. All right, Ms. Taylor, could you please call on the parties?
Ms. Cohen, this is Executive Director Brenda Fleming. Maybe I can assist with this one. In this case, members, the M item is just a placeholder for the LTA discussion, which will occur tomorrow. Wednesday, okay. January 26th. This is just to highlight it at that point. And that would be on M2. M1 members is on the Prop 19. We just hold that as an open placeholder also, should there be any need to take any public policy items up under that category. With your permission.
All right, so you're saying we'll continue this item till tomorrow?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I'll make a motion to continue this item till tomorrow's hearing. Is there a second?
Second, if you need it.
All right, let's do a vote.
Yeah. Not really needed, ma'am. It's already agendized for tomorrow. All right. So you're absolutely good to go. And so with your permission, ma'am, Ms. Taylor can proceed with the N as in Nancy item for comments not on the agenda.
Sure.
All right, thank you. The next item is N, public comment on matters not on the agenda. Persons who wish to address the Board of Equalization regarding items not on the agenda. Please note that the board cannot take action on these items. However, the board can schedule issues raised by the public for consideration at future meetings. AT&T moderator, will you let us know if there is anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this matter at this time?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to make a public comment, please press 1, then 0 at this time. 1, 0. And we have no one queuing up at this time.
All right, thank you, members. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and we will reconvene at 3 o'clock, and we will then go into closed session. We're in recess now. Thank you. All right, Ms. Taylor, can we call the meeting back into order, please?
Certainly. The meeting's reconvening at 3:03.
Thank you.
Our next item is O, closed session. Discussion and action on personnel matters according to Government Code Section 11126A1. The board members will now go into closed session to discuss personnel matters. Members, please leave this meeting and enter the closed session. Thank you.
Members, just as a reminder, just click on
you.
I'd like to come out of closed session, come into public session. And at this time, I just like, Ms. Taylor, go ahead.
The board members met in closed session and discussed personnel matters, and they have an announcement. Chair Cohen.
Thank you. We do have an announcement. We'd like to announce that Executive Director Brenda Fleming has announced her retirement. Her retirement will begin on June 30th, 2022, and which offers enough time for us to make a smooth transition. And I just wanted to publicly go on the record and thank her for her lifelong service to the state of California. You will be missed, and now we have a lot of work ahead of us on top of the other work that we've been doing. Thank you for your service. So at this time, Ms. Taylor, could you call the next item? I believe the next item is a recess.
Yes, the next item is a recess until tomorrow, January 26th at 10 a.m.
That's correct. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in recess. See you tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
Thank you, members. It's been an honor. I appreciate the support and an extension of my gratitude to all of the staff. It's been a great pleasure. I look forward to working with you during this transition to continue to focus on the success of this agency. So it's been my great pleasure serving the state of California and serving the Board of Equalization and this board in this capacity. So very much appreciate your confidence and your support. Thank you, members.
Of course. Senator Gaines?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just cannot not comment. I just have to thank Brenda for her tremendous leadership for the BOE and through difficult times when we were really transitioning into a different kind of newly created Board of Equalization. And so thank you for the sacrifice that you've made. I know that these have been troubling months for you, for your husband, and for your dad. So we'll try to get this figured out and hopefully get you back to your family as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your kind words.
Yes, Madam Chair, if it's okay, I would
please do. Yes.
Just say also give my thanks and appreciation to our Executive Director, Brenda Fleming, especially in my 2 years as the chair. I think you were very instrumental and helpful. One, to just help us learn this whole process and what our role was as the new BOE 102. And I was really looking forward for you to work with us to take this to the next level. And now that you're departing, we're going to definitely call on you. I know I will, to make sure that we're heading in the right direction, and any guidance and assistance you may offer. Now that you're in retirement mode, I guess you can come back as a volunteer, if at all possible. But I really just wanted to thank you publicly, and I really appreciated all the time and effort that you put in, because I know as an executive director, having been one myself, you know, those jobs are 24/7. And I know it took you a lot out of your family, and hopefully your family's listening. And wanted to also thank your husband and your dad for sharing, or actually for giving us some of the time and sacrificing their time with you so you could be with us, and really appreciated it. Thank you. Wish you nothing but the best, though.
Thank you for your kind words.
Mr. Vice Chair Schaefer, and then Ms. Stowers.
You're very young to retire. I mean, look at me and look at May Lee, who's 101. If you have a retirement lunch, May Lee and I will show up to see if we can learn something.
Thank you, Vice Chair Schaefer.
You've made me a much better member, and I want to thank you for that.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your kind words.
Ms. Stowers.
Thank you. Well, Ms. Fleming, well, we got 5 months and 5 days.
But who's counting?
Thank you for your service. It's been great. It's been great working with you and strategizing with BOE 1.0 and BOE 2.0, especially when we were at 450 N Street and making plans for how the organization was going to be set up. Over the past 4 years, you've done an excellent job as executive director, managing for the first time, 4 new members you had to onboard under challenging times. So excellent job. Yes, thank you to your family, your father, your husband, your daughter, and your son for allowing us to call you and text you at all hours of the night. 5 months and 5 days. Countdown.
Thank you, Deputy Controller Stowers. Members, again, I appreciate your support, your kind words. Again, thank you all for appointing me to this position and giving me the opportunity to serve this agency, you as our constitutional officers in this great state of California. And so on behalf of my family, thank you very much. And I look forward to a successful transition.
Thank you. And with that, this meeting is in recess.
Thank you, members.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you, staff.